That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. DayQuil Kids Berry from Vicks. DayQuil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that DayQuil Kids Berry
tastes really great.
Aren't you supposed to be resting?
Maybe.
DayQuil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey, you need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Dell's Black Friday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Are you ready? Ready to discover your soul, your wild side, your passion, your joy, and excitement? From world-class entertainment to award-winning dining to a luxurious resort. Discover all this and more. Discover with Soul at Casino del Sol, the soul of Tucson. The official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Enterprise of the Pasquayaki Tribe.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. We have the Arizona Wildcats covered on game day like no one else. With the biggest pre- and post-game coverage in the Pac-12. We are Wildcats Radio 1290. This is the Meridian Wealth Management Countdown and Tip-Off Show on the home of Arizona men's basketball. Wildcats Radio 1290.
One of this basketball season. Can you believe that it is here on basketball? Time to start the 20 rolling. It's the Wildcats and Morgan State tonight at McHale Center. I'm David Kelly, joined by J.W. Madden. Kelvin Ifan will join us throughout the season on this show, but Kelvin has this first initial game off. And it is that time of the year when the Wildcats get things rolling. Third season for Tommy Lloyd here in Tucson. 61 wins for this head coach in his first 2 years here with this program, and looking for bigger and brighter things, hopefully deeper runs. Tournament that they've had the first 2 years, getting obviously the first season to the Sweet 16, and then last year the disappointment of losing in the opening game of the NCAA tournament to the Princeton Tigers. A new look to this club. Only 3 returning players from last year's team. A lot of young talent, and how quickly will this talent mold through what is going to be a gauntlet of an early season schedule that begins tonight, but really gets going in just 4 days when the Wildcats will head to take on the number 2 team in the country, the Duke Blue Devils, in their famed Cameron Indoor Stadium. That will be followed by matchups against number 3 Purdue on a neutral site, number 4 Michigan State on a neutral site, number 10 Florida Atlantic on a neutral site, number 24 Alabama on a neutral site, but one here within the state of Arizona up in Phoenix, and then a home game against currently unranked, but likely to be ranked when they get here, the Wisconsin Badgers, a team that obviously holds a lot of disdain within this fan base for having kept the Wildcats from a pair of Final Fours during the Sean Miller era. I'm joined by a guy that knows a lot about the game of basketball, J.W. Madden. And J-Dub, how excited are you to get things going tonight?
What kind of scale are we talking about here? The first day of college basketball season is always my favorite holiday of the year, going back to when I was in junior high. Before I get into this season and this game, I do want to point out I did wear my Kelvin Efon shirt because he cannot join us today in his honor. So I'm going to stand up really quick and show you what that is. This is the 1994 Charlotte Final Four T-shirt.
Nice.
And this was Khalid Reeves and Damon Stoudemire's team. Kelvin, in large part due to that team, decided to come here. We might not know Kelvin Efon if not for that Final Four run and those two guards that did that thing so good to get them to their second Final Four. You said it all, DK. We got a lot of newcomers, a lot of new faces for the fans to get to know. There have been 2 exhibition games. Obviously, that trip to Abu Dhabi, people had time to watch some of those games. You know who's coming back, right? I mean, Pelle Larson's going to bring it, Umar Ballo's going to bring it, and whoever else the other guy's going to bring it. No, Kylan Boswell is obviously the face of this team as far as I'm concerned. I think Kylan Boswell, most of the reason why Kerr Kriisa decided to transfer this year is due to the fact that Kylan Boswell was coming, only 18 and a half, and in my opinion is already one of the best point guards in America. So those 3 guys are returning. But in addition, they added so many veteran players by the transfer portal. Obviously, Caleb Love headlines that, coming from UNC, scored 60 points in the Final Four, has been there, done that. We know all the stats that come along with his growth. We'll talk a lot about what Coach Lloyd maybe wants him to do to fold him into this pass first, everybody team first style of basketball. And then there's obviously Keyshawn Johnson, who transferred in after that appearance last year in the Final Four. So although there's only those 3 returning players on this team, there's a lot of veterans coming in, DK, to go with a really, really impressive freshman class as well.
It is. I mean, it is, you mentioned a very impressive freshman class. How this is all going to play out over the course of this season in terms of who plays and who doesn't will be interesting to see. We're already hearing about the possibility of red shirts within this program, and you'll hear from the coach coming up a little bit later on that. Guys that will not play this season. And again, we were kind of going through what this rotation was going to look like. We're starting maybe now to get an indication of who's going to be in and who's going to be out in terms of that respect. You mentioned Kylan Boswell. He is now the point guard at Point Guard U. Do you like that term, J-Dub, Point Guard U?
Well,
are you a fan of that?
It's funny, the shirt I'm wearing is representative of that because, Steve Kerr and the guys, there were a lot of guys here before Coach Olson got here. No disrespect. We all know those names as well under Coach Snowden. But Kerr wasn't necessarily the guy who started that moniker. It was really when Damon and Khalid started doing their thing and running that combo backcourt, and that just led to this slew. Obviously, we know about the national championships year of 97, how many guards were on that team that went on to play in the NBA for long periods of time. That moniker Point Guard U really came out of that early 90s, late to mid 90s era. As far as I'm concerned, if people want to call it that, that's fine. To me, it's a revolving moniker, right? I mean, as long as you're putting quality point guards into the NBA, then you can always rely upon that. I think as far as I'm concerned, Arizona can always be called Point Guard U. But forward U might be more appropriate over these last 20 years, right? I mean, they put a lot more small forwards, power forwards in the NBA. If you're determining whether or not to call the college by that name based on how many professionals they produce, it might be forward U. But without a doubt, Kylan Boswell is ready to step in line. Only 18 and a half years old, but really savvy out there, has all the tools to be, one of the better point guards in modern memory.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. That's an interesting perspective in terms of, aligning this program and this university with the success that guys have had moving on to the next level versus maybe, categorizing it as, talented players who achieved on the collegiate level, but maybe necessarily didn't have that success at the next level in terms of Point Guard U versus forward U.
To me, DK, Coach Olson really did a great job of educating and teaching players during practice, during the week. And once the games came around, players weren't looking over to Coach Olson for guidance on a consistent basis. He put trust in them. He taught them what he needed done. And within that, there was a freedom for those early point guards especially. And so I think a lot of that moniker just came out of how exciting and fun it was to watch some of those early to mid-90s teams and then on into, obviously, that last Final Four that they went to in the early 2000s. I think it has to do everything with the style of play. And the style of play maybe 10 years ago wasn't what we're seeing today. But under Coach Lloyd, DK, it's gone back to that. There's really a lot of freedom that these point guards have within this system. And I think point guard U might not have, I mean, no disrespect to Coach Miller, but Coach Miller's point guards would look over to him pretty much every time coming down the court for him to call the play. And I don't know that there is a freedom, but who loves to play in a system where there is freedom, DK, is great point guards who actually love to read the game on their own and decide and determine what set to best get into. Not to say that they're calling all the shots, but the freedom to be able to push the ball. Obviously, tempo is a big part of what Arizona is doing these days. So I think we're back to seeing a little bit more of that freedom style of open guard play. And, Boswell's the headliner, but there's 2 or 3, 4 guys on this team, DK, who really do have the ability to bring that ball up. So a dangerous squad when you got multiple ball handlers.
Absolutely. A lot in store for you over the course of the next 3 hours. Things happening a little bit differently today than they will throughout the rest of things the season as we go along. We are actually on about a half an hour earlier than we normally would be due to the fact that we will be carrying the Jed Fish Coaches radio show here on 1290 prior to the start of tonight's men's basketball game. So normally we are on 4 hours before tip-off. So with tip-off being at 7:30, normally we would be on from 3:30 to 6:30 with your Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Game Day tip-off show. But because we're going to slide in Jed Fish in his normal time slot, you'll hear the Jed Fish radio show here tonight on 1290 at 6:05. So 6:05 to 7, you'll hear Jed Fish. We'll take you from 3 o'clock right on up to 6:05. And then Jed Fish comes in. I believe Dana Cooper is hosting the show again tonight. And then it'll be Arizona men's basketball will join the network in progress at the conclusion of the Jed Fish radio show at 7, taking you right up to 7:30 tip-off tonight with Ryan Hansen and the voice of the Wildcats, Brian Jeffries. Also tonight, Arizona women's basketball opening up their 2023-24 season. The ladies are on the road over in Las Cruces, New Mexico. They'll take on the New Mexico State Aggies. You will hear that game tonight over on KTUC AM 1400, Freedom 1400, as it is now known. That will our coverage over there will commence at 5:50 with Derek Palmer, with tip-off just a little bit after 6 o'clock as the ladies open their season, waiting with bated breath to find out from the ladies team who is going to be available tonight after the exhibition game last Wednesday night against Point Loma Nazarene, in which the Wildcats had just 5 players available and had to pull in an injured Brea Cunningham off the bench as she got cleared during the game for the final minute plus to finish things out after Saleh Kurumama separated her shoulder late in that game. So questions to whether she might be available tonight. Derek Palmer will join us in this hour, so we will talk to the voice of Arizona women's basketball, Derek Palmer. He'll join us at about 3:40, and we'll get his thoughts. He's already down in Las Cruces. Perhaps he has an idea of what the starting lineup is going to look like tonight for Arizona. So that is how they are starting their season tonight. Also, just a ton. Why don't we just go ahead? We'll give you your, should we give you the rundown now? Let's give you the rundown now.
Let's take a look at the Right Way Rundown and see what's coming up on our pregame show. Brought to you by Right Way Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Do things the right way.
All right, coming up in the next segment, we'll have our first look at tonight's game between the Arizona Wildcats and the Morgan State Beavers. Then we will have a new segment this year called Spotlight on a Cat. We'll talk about one Arizona Wildcat in particular who's going to be an important part of this year's team. We will also visit in segment 3 again with Derek Palmer from the Arizona women's basketball team. We'll update you on your Pac-12 and NCAA scoreboard. Every team, I believe, is in action tonight in the Pac-12 as this college basketball season. I was just looking at the total schedule. It seems like I think everybody in the country might be playing tonight to open up the college basketball season. So we'll update you on the Pac-12 and what everybody else is doing tonight as this college basketball season gets underway. The final season in the Pac-12, at least for a majority of the teams that are currently playing in it. We'll give you your scouting report on Morgan State. The Bears, my father's alma mater, coming into town to take on the Arizona Wildcats. Also, we'll visit a view from courtside, as we're calling it tonight. Jordan Kent from the Pac-12 Network will join us. He is calling tonight's game, and he will join the program to talk about Arizona and Morgan State. We'll have some of our usual things you'll hear. We'll pick a pest of the game from the Morgan State Beavers. We'll give you our best bets and find out how we're going to bet this game tonight between U of A and Morgan State. Keys to the game as well as starting lineup. All of that is coming up a lot, J-Dub, for the folks to digest before we get to tip-off at 7:30 tonight between Arizona and Morgan State. J-Dub, can you tell me, my dad's alma mater, what city my dad's alma mater is in?
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot here. Is it the Washington Wizards? No, Morgan State. I don't have any idea, my friend. I really don't.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to be disrespectful.
It is Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, very cool.
Baltimore, Maryland. Cricket has come into the studio. I'm not sure. Do we do traffic during these shows?
We don't, but she can say hi to us.
Oh, we can say hi. So we forgot to tell you. That's my bad, Cricket.
It has been all about me. No,
I did not tell you that today is a
no traffic day.
It's a no traffic day.
It's been a mad scramble the last couple hours to get things right. I just saw her briefly run by, but I was doing 15 things at once. So yeah we're doing the pregame for basketball. Are you excited that basketball season's starting up?
That is very exciting. That's a very exciting time here in Tucson. I mean, well, actually all across the country, of course, but especially for us because the Cats are awesome.
See, this is my first rodeo too, so I'm not. We probably should have traffic reports though in this show. I would think because it's during afternoon, at least today, because it's during afternoon drive, and we still want to get people home. So you might just have to tell me what it is.
Okay, you want me to have,
and I might just have to say it.
Okay, do you want to do that?
No, you can just do your normal thing. There's just there's no need to do it today.
Okay. Well, if J-Dub says you don't need to do it, then we won't do it.
I'm the only one. Ask Cricket. So
Don't
I've been here
ask
like
me
9, 10, no. I've been here like 9, 10 years. I'm the only person who goes to Cricket and tells her when she's not needed because we have NFL preempts a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
and sometimes
true, right?
she told me that sometimes she would just be reading the traffic during an NFL broadcast or whatever.
And no one told
and
me.
no one had told her. And so I've made it a point for the last 6, 7 years. Every time that we have something extracurricular, I always let Cricket know. Do I not?
Thank you.
You mean Kevin Harlan doesn't stop the NFL broadcast to allow the traffic report in Tucson?
Kevin Harlan doesn't say Cricket. You don't have to do that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good to know.
So what are you going to do? What are you going to do with your day off now?
With my extra time, I'm going to be listening to police scanners and watching the maps and the cameras and do traffic
we are still local. So if anything happens, if there's a big accident, just let us. You can feel free to come in. You are still a part of the show. So feel free to come in and say, hey, I do want to tell you about an accident that's going on. If there's something big out there, we will always invite you back in.
Yeah, most times our shows, this is a preseason, non-conference. Most of our shows are going to be Thursdays about 3:30. So if we want to work, we could definitely do like a first segment traffic report on Thursdays moving forward for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you guys. I'm here for you guys.
Are you ready right now?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
You want to do traffic?
Absolutely. Why not?
Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, sure. From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic
Since
Center.
you're here, right?
Well, okay, we can do that.
And you have it written. Might as well do it.
It is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. We're seeing some slowdowns for traffic on Grant Road at Wilmot, also on Sabino Canyon north of Tanque Verde. That's due to road work. Reported collisions 12th Avenue in Valencia, La Cholla, and Ruth Ruff. Craig Crofton, 29th Street, also Park Avenue and Benson Highway. 62 are overnight low and clear tonight, 90 tomorrow, and 92 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
All right, Cricket, thank you so much
Thanks, guys.
for that. Have a great day
Thank you,
off.
Cricket.
Thank you. You too. Well,
Enjoy
have
those
fun
extra,
working.
enjoy those extra 45 seconds
All right,
that
thank
you don't
you.
have to work for us now. All right. All right, we'll get a break in here. When we come back, we'll take our first look at this ball game tonight, the Arizona Wildcats and the Morgan State Beavers. It is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Basketball Tip-Off Show, and you're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
This hour of the Meridian Wealth Management pregame show. of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290. Our first look at today's Arizona men's basketball game is brought to you by The Window Depot. Lowest prices and biggest inventory. Shop thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona and Morgan State tonight at the McHale Center. It is the third meeting between these two teams. The Wildcats lead the all-time series 2-0. The first meeting between the two schools was the season opener of the 1997-98 season when Arizona took on the Bears here at McHale and won 115-53.
That was a pretty good team.
Yeah, 1997-98.
Yeah. Really good team.
And the only other meeting came in December of 2022. I remember that game here at McHale Center. In fact, that would have been last year, so I should remember it. So this is actually the second year in a row that the Morgan State Bears have come here to town. And last year, the Wildcats won by a score of 93-68. That's rare that you see a team in the preseason come 2 years in a row, but Morgan State must have liked it so much they decided to do it one more time. So it'll be interesting to see how the team reacts to this game coming off the last game, and that was a game that was against New Mexico Highlands a week ago tonight, which got a little sloppy in the first half.
Just a little.
The Wildcats turned the ball over 15 times alone in the first half and 24 times in the ball game. They had 24 turnovers, 28 assists in the game. So they had 28 assists on 34 made baskets in the game. So almost an assist for every single made basket did the Wildcats have. And after the ball game, and because, again, this has kind of been a staple of what we've seen from Tommy Lloyd and his team since he's been here. The high assist games, very good at sharing the basketball. Tommy Lloyd, though, was asked after the game if sometimes this team can be a little bit too unselfish sharing the basketball.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, we pride ourselves in being a team that shares the ball and plays the right way, and turning the ball over that much. We shouldn't be doing that. So I'm glad it happened because it's going to be a great teaching tool and, can hopefully get our guys' attention a little bit.
Nothing wrong with teaching tools in those preseason games. That's why you play them. The Wildcats played 2 this year. There's been years where they've only played 1 preseason game, and then they'll go somewhere and have what they call a secret scrimmage.
Yeah.
But they played 2 this year, mostly because they've scheduled a lot of these out-of-town neutral site games, and the Wildcats generally have to have about 17 to 18 home games every year because, again, that's where the money is. When you can put, even for a game like a Lewis and Clark or New Mexico Highlands, you can put 10,000 bodies in the seats. So that was the big reason this year that they chose to have 2 preseason games. But when you look at the turnover chart in that game, you had 4 from Kayla Love, you had 4 from Kylan Boswell, you had 4 from Jaden Bradley. That's 12 from 3 guards that you're going to be depending on to take better care of the basketball this season.
Yeah, we'll get to talking about the Abu Dhabi trip and how important it is for a team with only 3 returning players to incorporate all of those new players into the system because it takes some time, DK. When you're playing at that fast pace, tendencies of reading and reacting to what the defense is doing is what a lot of these offenses are about these days in modern basketball. So if you think about a player who might flare to the three-point corner or might make a back cut, that's a split-second decision. And if the ball handler thinks that player's body motion might be going to the corner, but actually they're making a quick fake to go underneath, understanding, it's almost like reading the mind of the cutter and understanding where they're going to be. And I just attribute a lot of these early season turnovers are going to be about guys getting familiar with each other and figuring out exactly the tendencies, where the shot pockets are and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not super worried about the high turnover numbers as much now. Now there's a game tonight. There's also a game on Friday, and turnovers are going to be really, really important to keep down in games right around the corner coming up this week. So turnovers in a game where you have a big margin of victory, it's definitely good on film, something the coaching staff and all the assistants are looking at. I'm sure they have answers to each and every one of those turnovers and have suggested ways But I personally, I'm just looking at a team that's getting to know each other on the court.
Yeah. And it's they're going to get to know each other. These with some preseason All Pac-12 players. Senior Umar Ballo named to the first team. Preseason All Pac-12 second teamers this year are senior Caleb Love and point guard Colin Boswell and senior Pella Larson, and honorable mention preseason selection. And that's going to be the interesting thing. We're talking about the injuries that the women's team has had. There have been some injuries on the men's side in this preseason. Umar Ballo did not play in the first preseason game, nor did Matthias Krivas, and we have not seen at all the guy that you might consider to be the glue guy of this team, and that's Pella Larson. And it will be interesting to see how much, if he goes tonight. He's a guy that's started for this team. He's a guy that's come off the bench and really thrived in that coming off the bench role, but has not played much in the preseason, and so may get off to a little bit of a slow start this year for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and I'm not worried. The two guys you just mentioned are the two guys I'm least worried about. Right, Umar Ballo's been in this system. He obviously didn't play the first year he was in Tucson. Played a lot last year. He knows exactly what his role is. He knows exactly what he wants to do. We saw preseason he might be trying to incorporate 3-point shooting into his repertoire, but other than that, we already know what Umar Ballo can do. Right, Pella Larson is similar. There's some things I think some fans out there would like to see from Pella because they have so much faith in his ability to get things done. I mean, that guy's been a fan favorite for so long. Sixth man of the year 2 years ago in the conference, right? So Pella Larson is first and foremost one of the better defenders in all of college basketball. Pella Larson is a really, really solid defender and can really slide into a bigger, in a small ball lineup when you've got a bunch of small guys out there. Pella Larson is really, really good in that role as a power forward or something to that effect. Not sure exactly when he's going to get back, but I'm not worried about either of those two guys. The guys like Krivas, who hasn't not only not really played college basketball, but yet to play the American style of basketball. Not that he wouldn't have gotten a little taste of it playing in Europe, but I think that guys like that are the ones who really need in-game experience, need to get the feel for the speed and the strength and the size of these players and just how fast the game runs overall. So Ballo and Pella getting back into the lineup, we already know what they're going to bring. It's the freshmen that we want to see, make sure they stay healthy and can get as many in-game minutes as possible.
And we will hear from Umar Ballo and Pella Larson coming up a little bit later. The comments that they had as the two representatives for the Arizona Wildcats that went to the Pac-12 Media Day over in Las Vegas last month. And so we'll hear from those two young men. Umar Ballo, considered to be one of the better centers in the country, got off to a fast start last year. It was interesting. We talked to Bruce Pascoe last week, and one of the things he mentioned was, Umar got off to that great start, but then he got sick. He had that thing where he was in and out of the hospital, and then he broke his hand at the end of the year. So this is an important, I think, year for him just to kind of establish that he can, be a consistent force night in and night out in this lineup for Arizona.
Yeah, best thing about Umar early in the season last year is he just kept it simple, right? He wasn't really trying to do too much. And you love the fact that he can finish over both shoulders. Obviously really strong inside. That Maui trip was a bit of a coming out party for him last year. Again, I think as long as Umar Ballo plays within himself and does the things that he's really, really good at, I don't worry whatsoever. I think he's going to shoot 65%. He's going to pull down 10-plus rebounds every game because he really commands so much space there in the post, 6'10", 6'11", a big, wide body, 270, 265, something like that. He did have a little bit of development issues last year, like you said, that thumb issue. We were all watching it as he might become one of the more impressive, improved players in the history of Arizona Wildcats basketball. Coming back, obviously, he really couldn't get time up in Spokane, came down here, played behind some really good players. But last year, DK, in those first 10, 15 games, he looked like a world beater. Right. And then obviously, unfortunately, the injury. So hopefully he can get back on the court as healthy as possible because a healthy Umar Ballo is a good thing and a scary thing for opponents to have to deal with.
Absolutely. We also want to hear from you today on this pregame show. We'll give you the number to call. It is 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290. How are you feeling as we start this Arizona Wildcats men's basketball season? You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. Your thoughts on Arizona men's basketball. We're in studio today. We will likely be in studio for shows this year. We'll also be out at McHale Center for a number of shows this year as we kind of work our way through this preseason and into the non-conference season. The Wildcats will play 6 games in the month of November, starting with Morgan State tonight, and then it's on to Duke for a game against the number 2 Blue Devils. That will be on Friday. They'll come home then for 3 straight games here at McHale Center. So the bulk of the non-conference schedule at home in November, with 4 November home games and then just 2 home games in the month of December for the Wildcats. They'll take on Southern University.
Think they're going to bring their band?
HBCU Southern?
Yeah.
I would not mind that.
I mean, I was here when they were here for the NCAA tournament. I was here in the NCAA tournament early 90s. I saw them play the Fab Five, and they brought the band during that. I just remember that Arizona went there last year as a part of that historically black college program.
Yeah, the Legacy Series.
Yeah, the Legacy Series. And I know this is the return trip for that. I think Southern has the best band in America.
Yeah, I mean they've definitely got one of the best bands, and there's some bands out there. Let me tell you, they'll play Southern a week from tonight, and then Belmont will come in next Friday night, the 17th. Here, Belmont, located in Nashville, Tennessee. That's always a strong program, Belmont. They've been to a number of NCAA tournaments over the last 10 years. UT Arlington will then come in on Sunday, the 19th, before the Wildcats head out for their final game of November, the 6th game, and that will be on Thanksgiving Day over in Palm Springs in a nationally televised game against the Michigan State Spartans. So you've got number 2 and number 4 coming up in the month of November, and then it gets even better as you go into December with number 3, number 4, and number 10, as well as number 20 on the schedule for the month of December. So again, it's going to be a very, very tough non-conference schedule for this team. But Tommy Lloyd says that he is looking forward to these competitive battles for his Wildcats.
I always tell our guys, we're not competing against. I always tell our guys, we're not competing against each other. We have to compete with each other, because ultimately in a game, we're gonna, we're competing with each other to beat another team. So that's always the mantra from me. I don't want it to end up being like a man versus man deal in practice, and we got to push each other, but one thing we always talk about in our program is the level at which we push each other is the same level at which we support each other. So I think that's the camaraderie you want to build, because ultimately, you're going to have to lean into that in tough times in games. And so, those are the things I'm looking for. But these guys have, they've shown a good competitiveness in practice. And we've scrimmaged a bunch, just because I want them to go against, Division I bodies, kind of getting us ready for what's coming down the pipe here in the next few weeks.
And that is our first look at tonight's game between Arizona and Morgan State.
That's been our first look at today's Arizona men's basketball game. Brought to you by The Window Depot. Lowest prices and biggest inventory. Shop thewindowdepot.com.
And don't forget, Window Depot also sponsors Arizona's top rebounding performance every night. It's the Window Depot Glass Cleaner of the Game. Might be the Wildcat with the most rebounds, might be the U of A star with the most impactful rebounds. We will tell you the Window Depot Glass Cleaner of the Game coming up tonight on the post-game show. Let's get a timeout in here. We'll come back. We're going to talk to Derek Palmer, the voice of Arizona women's basketball. The ladies opening up their season as well over in Las Cruces, New Mexico against New Mexico State. How many Wildcats will be available for Adia Barnes tonight?
More than 5, hopefully.
That is the burning question. We'll see if Derek Palmer has the answer. It is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Tip-Off Show, and you're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
This is the Meridian Wealth Management Countdown and Tip-Off Show on the home of Arizona men's basketball. Wildcats Radio 1290. Arizona men's basketball. Wildcats Radio 1290. Our pregame show Spotlight on a Cat is brought to you by O'Reilly Chevrolet. Get more with O'Reilly Chevrolet.
And our spotlight today is going to be on one of the newest members of the Arizona men's basketball team. His name is Caleb Love. He comes here from the University of North Carolina, a transfer who brings a whole lot of experience, having played in the NCAA tournament in the Final Four in a national championship game. And this is the kind of player that you look forward to watching. He's going to be a guy that can shoot the basketball for this Wildcats club and hopefully be a guy that can lead out there from the guard position as well for Arizona this coming season. Caleb Love is his name. And in terms of Caleb, he talked this summer about on whether he is enjoying U of A, Tucson, and how he's fitting into Coach Floyd's offense.
I'm having a lot of fun. I love being here. As soon as I stepped on campus, I've enjoyed every second, every moment. I'm just, grateful to be here. I'm grateful for, to have teammates like this and coaches that embrace me. As soon as I got down here, so I'm enjoying every moment. I'm going to continue to do that. I feel like I've been fitting in really well. Just trying to, take it day by day and continue to watch film and, just knowing the ins and out of the offense and then also just giving my maximum effort on defense.
You've really enjoyed being able to kind of take the ball to the rim and not just rely on being on the outside. How does this offense work in that way for you?
Our offense creates a lot of movement, a lot of space to maneuver throughout, the floor. And so it's easy for me to, just get downhill and, just make the right play.
It does look easy for him to do that, DK.
Yeah, last time out, he had 19 points, had 8 of 13 shots, 3 of 6 from 3 to lead the Wildcats in scoring. We've talked about the depth on this team, and it's something that's not lost on Caleb either.
It really doesn't matter who's in the lineup. We got guards and, we got bigs that, know how to play basketball and at a high level. So, we got a mixture of, different types of, guys that can do multiple things on the floor. So I just feel like we just play off each other and, everything will work.
Caleb Love, we mentioned, has played in a Final Four for these North Carolina Tar Heels, scored 28 points in an Elite Eight game in that run by the Tar Heels 2 years ago, then came back and scored 30 points in the national semifinals for the North Carolina Tar Heels. I mean, it's hard to fathom the fact that you've got a guy on this roster that has done things at that level.
How about this one, DK? 101 career games played.
Yeah.
96 career starts. And these are not starts at a D2 school. These are starts at one of the 5 or 6 most prestigious universities in the entire country when it comes to basketball. So 96 starts for a blue blood team. When you get a transfer like that, that's super rare. A guy who started all of his career at a blue blood and then decides to spend his final year. So what Caleb Love is bringing, no matter what reputation about volume shooting and all this stuff, is killer offensive player. I mean, he can really, really get downhill, like he said there. 3-level scorer, really showing a lot of athleticism finishing at the rim. I just can't wait to see what he looks like playing in real games in a Wildcat uniform.
Those 30 points coming against UCLA in the Sweet 16, and then the 28 points coming against Duke in the national semifinals. So that's what you got from Caleb Love, and he talked about really this team enjoying the process and looking forward to getting things going.
Enjoying the process. I think, having these 2 exhibitions is going to really help us, find a lot about ourselves. And so, like I said, we're going to watch the film. We're going to, get better in practice, prepare, for Morgan State. And I think we're all excited and eager to, start the season.
Caleb Love, 6'4", 205-pound senior out of St. Louis, Missouri. That is our cat in the spotlight for opening night.
That's today Today's Spotlight on a Cat has been brought to you by O'Reilly Chevrolet. Get more with O'Reilly Chevrolet.
All right, let's talk some Arizona women's basketball. The ladies are in Las Cruces, New Mexico, opening up their season tonight against the Aggies of New Mexico State. We are joined by the voice of Arizona women's basketball, Derek Palmer. And Derek, the $100,000 question. How many Cats are going to be available to play in tonight's game?
After the last game, Barnes said she's confident there's going to be closer to a full slate. So more than 5.
More than 5. J-Dub's got 7 fingers up over there. He's got 8 fingers up.
I was hoping at least 7.
At least 7. At least 7. What went through your mind when you found out there was only going to be 5 players last Wednesday night?
For the love of God, nobody get hurt.
That's pretty easy right there. That's a pretty easy way to look at it for sure.
Well, and they made it more than 39 minutes before it looked like somebody suffered an injury, but it's just a slight scare with Karuma, but she seems like she's only moderately inhibited. So I think that was a success in that.
at 5:50. You'll hear that game again over on KTUC AM 1400 Freedom 1400. Derek Palmer on the call.
DK, when you were doing play-by-play, did you also have a thesaurus next to your bed at night so that you could
thesaurus,
so you could learn new words, new fancy words to use on the air?
Yeah, no, I don't think I did.
No,
Okay. I
I
wasn't quite that brilliant to be able to even go out.
I
to
think
think about going out and buying a thesaurus.
No, well, I think that it's probably lingering because I think if you go to the Bahamas, you got to have a lot of different ways to describe how beautiful it is.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I've been to that hotel, Atlantis. It's a pretty impressive. Although I would never go down that water slide. Those like high water slides.
Right.
I'm not about that. I would always have a feeling that I might break something or my leg or something would get turned the wrong way. And also, we got to point out that Fama Tame is on the New Mexico State roster this year. She played up the road at Pima College. So we'll have to keep an eye on Fama tonight in that ball game. All right, let's get a break in here. First hour in the books. We'll come back in the next hour and have much more for you. We'll take a look at your Pac-12 scoreboard, talk a little bit about Morgan State, and hear from Jordan Kent, who will call the game tonight for the Pac-12 Network. This is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Tip-Off Show, and you're listening to Arizona Basketball on Wildcats Radio 1290.
This hour of the Meridian Wealth Management pregame show is brought to you by Advanced Auto Care, Crest Insurance Group, Desert Diamond Casinos, First Chiropractic, Frog in Firkin, Kaiser Garage Doors and Gates, Picture Rocks Cooling, Heating and Plumbing, the Polston Results Team with Keller Williams, Southern Arizona, Royal GMC Buick and Cadillac, Royal Kia, Royal Jaguar Land Rover, the Window Depot.
Does it feel like the price of everything is going up, up, up? We can't control the price of gas or groceries, but at Royal Buick GMC, we never add market adjustments, even while other dealers add fees because inventory is limited. At Royal Buick GMC, you can rest assured you won't pay market adjustments, and we stand by our transparent online pricing. Royal Buick GMC, the dealership that's different. OAC plus tax, title, license, dealer-installed options, and $529 doc fee. Royal Buick GMC, in the Auto Mall and at RoyalTucson.com.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock & Kay. Nestled at the base of the Rincon Mountain foothills. Enjoy stunning mountain views up close every day. Explore natural open space, a network of connecting trails, and a community park within the Vail School District. Visit Lennar's 2 communities in Rock & Kay with home savings up to $35,000 and limited time interest rate and closing cost incentives on select move-in ready homes. LiveRockandK.com. Designed by Nature, proud U of A radio broadcast sponsor.
My heat and air, we're in a state of disrespect.
use of the principle of verticality for Pelle Larsson, who met Wooster at the rim, went straight up, and used his length to just cover the leather. Excellent D from Pelle.
Will Pelle Larsson play tonight is the question. He has been dealing with an ankle injury through the first part of this season, has not appeared in either of the 2 exhibition games for the Arizona men's basketball team. And so the 6th man, as he's known, could be somewhat limited to start this season for Arizona men's basketball. Welcome back to the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Game Day Tip-Off Show prior to the season opener between the Arizona Wildcats and the Morgan State Bears. Caleb, we were talking about Pelle Larsson. Pelle Larsson is in his 3rd season here with the Arizona Wildcats, appeared in all 35 games last year, has been a guy that has been a consistent player throughout, defensively in particular. He's averaged 9 points and 4 rebounds during his time here in the 2 seasons that he has played for the Arizona Wildcats. But again, as we mentioned, could be limited to start the season due to injury. Also not expected to play tonight or for a while is sophomore big man Henry Visar, who suffered an injury off the court about a week plus ago. And head coach Tommy Lloyd talked a little bit about Visar's situation.
Henry just had an unfortunate accident off the court, and I think initially we thought it could be pretty bad, but I think we got the best case scenario. So I really think there's an opportunity Henry's back sooner rather than later.
A couple of messages saying Henry had a golf cart incident at the.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on any of the specifics of it, but it was just kind of an unfortunate thing off the court, and luckily it turned out that I think it's going to be okay.
When are reporters ever going to learn, DK? You don't ask about a student athlete's health. That's kind of private information. Right?
Yeah, what it was one of Tommy's favorite. We got to get a list of Tommy's favorite lines. One of them is HIPAA.
Right, exactly.
When you ask about an injury,
do you know the
HIPAA.
law?
So there's HIPAA. There's Let It Rip. That's one of his favorite things when he's talking about wanting to get one of his kids just to get out there and shoot it. And my favorite Tommy Lloyd-ism is he's a great player. That's one he uses all the time. So he's a great player, Let It Rip, and HIPAA. We can start with those 3. If you have a favorite Tommy Lloyd-ism that you've heard the coach say in the interview setting, give us a call. In fact, we want to hear from you just about the opening of Arizona men's basketball season. Here's the number, 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to call the program. You can text us at that number as well to talk Arizona men's basketball and how excited you are about this season. There are a number of ways that you can listen or view our program. We are streaming video right now on a number of different platforms. We are on YouTube. Let me make you larger there so people can see you. There's J-Dub. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, here I am. See, there's me right there. Doing my best Paul Sakala right there. Thumbs up. And so you can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook Live. We are on Twitter. We are also on Twitch. So any of those 4 platforms, you can watch today's show. You can also hear us on Alexa. Just say, Alexa, put on Wildcats Radio 1290, and Alexa will pop up the Meridian Wealth Management Tip-Off Show in your home, right in your home. You can also stream us. We are on audio stream us. We are on our own website at wildcatsradio1290.com. We are on iHeart, the iHeart app. Just go on over to iHeart and look for Wildcats 1290. You can listen to us there as well. So a number of different places that you can digest the programming that we are bringing you every single game day here on Wildcats Radio 1290.
My favorite isn't an ism from Coach Lloyd.
Okay.
My favorite thing about Coach Lloyd is his accountability.
Yes.
And it's rare these days that head coaches, there's a lot of, infallibility. And I think it's amazing that Coach Lloyd comes into every post-game press conference, win or lose, and gives credit to the opponent, talks about how good they were at what they did, and then gets into what his team's all about. And I think I admire Coach Lloyd for taking accountability. I remember the time when the offense struggled at Stanford, and he said the coaching staff maybe didn't put a good game plan together. You don't hear that kind of thing very often, and it goes a long way, I think, for the players. So not necessarily an isn't, but I love the accountability from Coach Lloyd.
He is definitely an accountable coach, that is for sure. We were talking in the last hour about Caleb Love, who is going to be one of the impact transfers for this ball club. Caleb coming in for the University of North Carolina, a young man that brings a lot of experience to the table. And Tommy was asked what his expectations are for Caleb Love.
Heading into this season?
I don't got any crazy expectations other than for him to play the right way. And that's all our conversations center around. And he's shown me really no indication that he isn't about playing the right way. So I think he's practiced the right way, he's prepared the right way. We've had great conversations. And, now getting under the lights challenges it a little bit. And, everything I've seen and know about him shows me that that's going to continue on the same path we've been on.
Is there a percentage of shots you'd like to see him take? I mean, he took a lot of, obviously, there's a lot of talk about how many he took last year. But
I want him to take great shots within our offense. And whatever that distribution ends up being, that ends up being. And when he has the ball in his hands, I want him to make great decisions for our offense. Whether that's him scoring, driving, or passing. I mean, that's my only expectation. I don't have anything crazier than that.
Well, if it was a different role, you anticipate a little bit different than maybe North Carolina leaning on him maybe more, and now you've got a lot more guards here, a lot more scoring potential out of that backcourt.
I mean, hey, at Arizona, we play team basketball. And you know what? We've had great individual players here that have played team basketball, and so, I mean, I think that's how we're built. I think that's how he's been playing. I mean, that's how he's prepared to play. So, I expect to see that a continued evolution in that direction.
13 shots he took in the game against New Mexico Highland. His college record is 36.
Yeah.
In a game against Alabama in which he scored 34 points. That's his all-time career high. And I thought it was interesting, and let's see. In fact, let's hear from Tommy on this, because there's a lot of talk about the Caleb's 3-point percentage, and he shot just 32% from three in his career. And in this last ball game against New Mexico Highland, the Arizona Wildcats took more 3-point shots than they took 2-point shots in that ball game. And Tommy was asked how many 3-point field goal attempts is too many.
It's tough, but it's also hard. I mean, a lot of those shots are wide open, and I think they're probably packing it in defensively and saying, hey, beat us from the 3-point line. And we have guys that can make a lot of them, and so we just got to find that fine balance. But if over 50% of our shots are three, I don't know how many times we've done that since I've been here, and that's definitely. I mean, I don't really have a formula, but if I did, that wouldn't be it.
Yeah.
It's no mystery to anybody watching that Coach Lloyd really likes to play the high-low. He really likes playing with a lot of much more interior-based system than a lot of other coaches in America. That being said, the guard play this year in particular is going to be some of the best that we've seen on campus in a long time. So here's the thing. You want to establish that dominance in the paint. You got to deal with Bala. You got to deal with Vesar, Krivas when they're healthy. However, when those defenses sag in, as they did much last year when they had to deal with Tabalo and Zoo, those outside shots that are open are to keep the defense honest. You have to take those shots. He pulled Kylan Boswell out of a game last year because he didn't take an open shot. The next game out, Kylan went 6 for 7. Every open shot he had, he took. So there's it's a dual-edged sword there where you want to take every open look from the outside that you get within the offense, because that's kind of the whole point of establishing a low post game. That's what opens up those shots from the outside. However, if you get 3-point happy and the defense is tough, like we've seen with TCU and Houston's, UCLA's defense some of these last few years, when it's hard to get the ball through the passing lane, when it's really hard to get the ball inside of the interior, you sometimes settle. And that's not what you want to see. You don't want to see the team settling for 3-pointers, because you want to put pressure, especially when you've got 2 or 3 good driving guards, which this team will have this year. You want to put pressure by drives, drive the closeout, as they say these days, But mostly those outside shots, DK, you got to take them. Numbers don't really matter. It's not a matter of what percentage your three-point shots are because every defense you see is going to be different. If they put 5 guys in the paint because Ballo and Krivas and et al. Are killing them, then obviously that's the shots you're going to get. But if you're shooting, 2 for 10 in your first 10 shots from the outside in a game like that, you still want to establish the inside. You still want to be balanced more than anything.
So, in other words, you're saying, J-Dub, that Tommy Lloyd took Colin Boswell out of the game, and then the next game he went back in, and what did he do? He let it rip.
And there was a post-game comment. I could pull it up. I'm sure we've got it on file here. There was a post-game comment from Coach Lloyd about that moment and about how Kylan's got to take that shot. Yeah. We run our offense specifically to get those shots is what he said. And so if you don't take the outside shot, but don't hunt three-point shots when you've got the best front court in America.
There you go. All right, let's give you our Pac-12 scoreboard for today.
The Pac-12 scoreboard is brought to you by Mesquite Valley Growers. Mesquite Valley Growers. Real growers, real experience, real nursery.
All right, we got 2 games in progress right now as we speak. Oregon at home against Georgia, and the Ducks leading the Georgia Bulldogs 67-47. Leading scorer in that game right now is Jabri Abdur-Rahim with 15 points. If that name sounds familiar, that is the son of Sharif Abdur-Rahim, a one-and-done legend from California.
I remember him well.
Yeah, he played 1 year for the Golden Bears and then went on, and I believe he's now president of the NBA G League.
I think he was player of the year that year in the conference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right. He was pretty good that year. I think, let's see, his numbers. He averaged 21 points, 8 rebounds in 28 games. First freshman in Pac-12 Pac-10 history to win the Conference Player of the Year award. That was in 1996. 96. And then was a first-round pick in the NBA draft.
Well, Madsen's over there right now, or is he at Stanford?
Madsen is at Cal, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought he was at Cal. He better get working because that's a guy, legacy guys like that, right? You got when you've got guys who are sons of great players in the history, and obviously that program's been down, but that's what Dana Altman does. Dana Altman, traditionally, he might struggle a little bit with a lot of transfers early in the year, but they always schedule so strong. And so I'm looking forward to a rebound for that program. They had a bit of a down year last year.
Well, our guy, Nafali Dante, is off to a good start. He's already got 12 points and 17 rebounds.
Monster.
Yeah, that guy's tough. Oregon State leading Linfield College. I don't know where Linfield College is. 31-16.
Maryland?
I don't think Linfield is in ball. I don't think it's a school called Linfield would come all the way across this country to play Oregon State. So I'm assuming that's probably somewhere in Oregon, Washington, or Northern California is Linfield College. But if you know where Linfield College is, tell us, 520-848-1290. Townsend is going to play Colorado tonight. That's a 5:30 start. That'll precede Arizona and Morgan State on the Pac-12 network. St. Thomas, Minnesota visiting the Cal Golden Bears this evening. We've got, as you know, Morgan State here at Arizona. Utah will host Eastern Washington this evening. Number 21, Southern California has a home game. They're on TNT. It's the Hall of Fame series out in Las Vegas, and the Trojans will take on Kansas State. Cal State Northridge will visit Stanford this evening. Washington State will take on Idaho. Washington will face Bellarmine and St. Francis, Pennsylvania. They are making the trip out west. That is the late game tonight on the Pac-12 network. St. Francis, PA will take on UCLA tonight at Poly Pavilion.
McMinnville,
Oregon.
It's about 100 miles, 75 miles south west of Portland.
Okay, McMinnville.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of McMinnville.
Maybe even closer, but yeah, it's in the Portland sphere. It's right around that area.
Linfield College. See, we give you a geography lesson as well here on the Arizona.
Any high school seniors out there who are interested in taking some trips,
McMinnville, Oregon, the place to be. That's what the Pac-12 schedule looks like on this opening night.
That's been the Pac-12 scoreboard, brought to you by Mesquite Valley Growers. Mesquite Valley Growers. Real growers, real experience, real nursery. Let's take a look at the Right Way Rundown and see what's coming up on our pregame show. Brought to you by Right Way Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Do things the right way.
All right, coming up, we'll examine Morgan State and tell you a little bit about what the Bears are bringing into town for tonight's opening matchup of the season. Jordan Kent from the Pac-12 Network will give you a view from courtside coming up this hour. We'll have our best of the game after the 5 o'clock hour, as well as our best bets. Arizona heavily favored tonight against the Morgan State Bear. Keys to the game, as well as our starting lineup. All of that is straight ahead. We want to hear from you. 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 about how you feel. It's opening night. Arizona basketball begins now. And this is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Game Day Tip-Off Show. Along with J.W. Madden, I'm David Kelly. Kelvin Ifan has the night off. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
The Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
As Arizona's leading personal injury law firm for more than 30 years, Goldberg & Osborne agrees, bear down, Arizona. With offices statewide, including 5 in Tucson and Southern Arizona, the Eagle gives you home field advantage. More than 1,800 5-star Google reviews prove Goldberg & Osborne has the playbook for any situation. So after any accident, let the attorneys voted best personal injury law firm tackle that insurance company and get you the settlement you deserve. Goldberg & Osborne, 1-800-THE-EAGLE.
At Standard Restaurant Supply, their vision and number one goal is to improve the lives of their customers and clients by providing a better culinary experience. Standard Restaurant Supply, if it's in a restaurant and not food, they have it. Open to the public, no membership fees, and they offer bulk store pricing without the bulk store purchase. Open Monday through Saturday at 601 South Cherry Avenue or call 885-2345. Standard Restaurant Supply is a proud sponsor of the U of A Radio Sports broadcast.
Sean Furrier for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. For some of you, the cooler overnight temperatures will be just enough to trigger your tire's low-pressure warning light. In most cases, you can solve the problem simply by adding the correct amount of air to your tires. This month, mention this ad, and with the purchase of any new tire pressure sensor, we'll install it in your wheel and rebalance your tire absolutely free. You'll find even more specials to get you road trip ready at jackfurriers.com. We're here to get you there.
Hi, this is Natalie Fernandez of Meridian Wealth Management, and I'd like to invite you to our complimentary retirement income workshop held every Friday at 10 a.m. in our offices at the Williams Center. We discuss the key risks in retirement, how retirement has changed, and how to best plan for success. A recent study showed 60% of retirees would go back and plan differently if they could. We want to help you avoid the would've, could've, should've. Call our office at 719-1433 to reserve your seat today.
Advisory services provided by Meridian Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
What do you mean, trenchless?
Means no trench.
But it's the sewer line.
And they did it without ruining my yard.
The yard we're standing in?
The very same.
I don't know if I trust that.
I trust that because I trust them.
Them?
Ram Plumbing.
Locally owned and operated Ram Plumbing, offering a comprehensive range of plumbing services from fixtures to installation to trenchless sewer replacement. Turn to Tucson's most trusted plumber. When your plumbing's in trouble, call Ram on the double. Online at bestplumbertucson.com.
Does it feel like the price of everything is going up, up, up? We can't control the price of gas or groceries, but at Royal Buick GMC, we never add market adjustments, even while other dealers add fees because inventory is limited. At Royal Buick GMC, you can rest assured you won't pay.
tip-off show on the home of Arizona men's basketball. Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290, 520-848-1290, getting you set for Morgan State and Arizona tonight to kick off the 2023-2024 college basketball season. NCAA Hoops is here, and tonight's opponent is the Morgan State Beavers. Let's tell you a little bit about my dad's alma mater.
Our 1290 scouting report is brought to you by Ram Plumbing. When your plumbing is in trouble, call Ram on the double.
I mentioned earlier, Morgan State came here to Tucson last year. They lost 93-68. It was one of the final preseason games of the schedule. And they had two players that night scored in double figures. Malik Miller had 23 points. And then Isaiah Burke had 22. He had 6 3-pointers. Both of those guys are gone.
That's what you got to do. I mean, if you're coming into a place like McHale, you better shoot and make 23s at least.
Yeah, both of those guys are no longer with the program. They have departed. And this is the interesting thing, that when you look at this roster for Morgan State, who is coached by Kevin Brodus, who was a part of John Thompson's staffs for a number of years at Georgetown.
Great.
They have 14 newcomers on this roster. And just looking at it, I mean, they've got transfers from all over the place. They've got Kyron Oliver transferred out of that whole situation at New Mexico State last year, which was just, they had a disaster of a season over at New Mexico State with, the players shooting and all of that.
Yeah.
Situation that happened. They've got a transfer from East Carolina, one from St. Francis we just talked about playing UCLA tonight. They've got a transfer from Santa Monica College. They've got a transfer from East Los Angeles College. So they've got a number of junior college transfers to go along with some Division I transfers. 14 new guys that are coming in to participate on this team. They only have one returning starter, Cameron Hobbs. He played 31 games last year and averaged 8 points. And other than that, they only have 3 other non-starters that return. So pretty much a whole different roster for Kevin Brodus. So that can't be easy for a coach to have that many new players.
I don't know what the record is for least number of returning points from the previous season, but this got to be close. I mean, I think they've got about, 20 total points scored from last year's games returning for this team. We've talked a lot about Arizona's newcomers, how they're going to have to mix a lot of guys in. It's easier to do that, DK, when you've got a foundation, right? When you talk about Ballo and Pella having been here for so long as starters and Kylan Boswell sliding into that role, very, very impressive young point guard. If you are bringing in 14 new people into the program and transfers, it's going to be really tough for Coach to get all those guys on the same page. But when you're talking about a team like Morgan State coming into the McHale Center, playing against a top 10 Arizona Wildcat basketball team, it's really going to be about that experience. And I'm looking for the guys who don't make that moment too big. Looking for those guys out there for the Morgan State team, as always, when there's a large point spread differential between the teams coming in. I like to see if that's a deer in the headlights type of situation, or which of those guys just rise to that occasion, that moment, because there's diamonds in the rough everywhere, all across college basketball, DK. And I'm looking forward. I don't know necessarily a lot of the names that are coming in here for Morgan State, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what those players do tonight.
Cameron Hobbs, we mentioned, a redshirt junior guard, along with redshirt junior forward Will Thomas, both returners, both named to the preseason All-MEAC. Second team, the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, one of 2 Division I HBCU conferences, historically black college and universities. Hobbs last year started 16 of 31 games, played 28 minutes, averaging 8 points, 2 rebounds, shooting 44% from the field. And then Thomas played in 8 of 29 games, averaging 9 points and 4 rebounds last season. So they are the 2 main returners and newcomers that are expected to make those impacts. We talked about Winston Tabbs. He is the transfer from East Carolina. Kyron Oliver, I mentioned, the transfer from New Mexico State. And Miles Thompson, this is the transfer from St. Francis, all arriving in Baltimore through the transfer portal. So Morgan State coming to town for a second consecutive year. Last year they finished 15-16 overall, and in the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference they finished 7-7, losing in the first round of their conference tournament to Maryland Eastern Shore 80-64.
And obviously, I think tonight's about the Arizona Wildcats.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in a situation like this where you're playing against a team with a bunch of newcomers, Arizona also incorporating a lot of new players, but this is about Arizona's full season. So taking this team at face value, there's going to be a lot of excited players to get out in such a high-profile atmosphere. Crowd's going to be crazy out there for the first game, the first real game that counts in McHale. It's going to be about the Arizona Wildcats trying to play their game versus this Morgan State team, because there again, when you have such a deficiency in athleticism, in size and speed, they only have the 1 7-footer on their roster. They're really going to have to make up for that by launching a ton of threes, trying to get some steals. Again, traditionally, if you're such an underdog like this, any kind of press, any kind of speeding up, not necessarily something that John Thompson was known for at Georgetown, but something that you might want to try to do if you're going to try to make a game of this, because without a bunch of turnovers by the Cats and without a ton of made threes and a huge percentage by Morgan State, it's going to be a really long night.
It is going to be a really long night. Let's hope so anyway. We'll get to that spread coming up a little bit later, but right now, that is a look at your Morgan State Bears.
That's today's 1290 Scouting Report, brought to you by Ram Plumbing. When your plumbing is in trouble, call Ram on the double.
Arizona and Morgan State tip-off at 7:30 tonight. Again, just a reminder, we are taking you until 6:05 tonight, so about another hour and a half with us, getting you set for this game. And then we are going to pause for the Jed Fish show tonight, the Jed Fish radio show, which will come your way at 6:05 and then take you till 7 o'clock. We'll hear from the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, coming off a tremendous win last Saturday night over the UCLA Bruins. Arizona football ranked for the first time in 6 seasons.
He's got a few things to talk about tonight.
Yeah, just a few. They are ranked 23rd in the latest AP poll. The college football playoff poll will come out. The second one will come out tomorrow night, and we'll see if the Wildcats are in that poll as well. We'll let you hear a little bit of Jed Fish's comments from his press conference earlier today. We'll let you hear a little bit of that coming up here a little bit later, maybe in this hour as well. Actually, probably more so the next hour. We'll let you hear that. But I want to hear more from Tommy Lloyd right now. And one of the things that we talked a little bit about yesterday was the arrival of two freshmen. You've got Motias Krivas and Paulius Morauskas.
Yeah.
And these two young men are coming in here from Europe, and they've shown a lot of ability to play in the early part of the season. In fact, I walked out of the first exhibition. It was the Red-Blue game, I think.
Yeah.
I walked out of the Red-Blue game incredibly impressed with Motias Krivas. Now, he's dealt with a little bit of an ankle injury throughout the camp and did not play in the first of the two exhibition games. Came back and played in the second. Paulius Morauskas is another young man who shows a tremendous ability to play both inside and out for this team. And Tommy Lloyd spoke on both those freshmen coming in, Motias Krivas and Paulius Morauskas.
Krivas is, he's a unique big. He's big, and he's even big to big guys. So he's got an ability to dominate the game with his size. He's got a great IQ, good hands, good physicality. So I'm excited by him. And Morauskas is a big wing. He's, transitioning here. I think he's played a lot of 4. Kind of maybe in his background, and we're maybe kind of sliding a little bit more to the 3, which, really doesn't mean anything too much. Just a little bit of an adjustment for him. But he's been good. I mean, he missed a little bit of practice with a sprained ankle and is kind of just, I think he's got a little bit of gamer in him, where I think he scores the ball pretty easy. And I'm excited to see how he is when the lights are on.
Quick follow-up, how are they handling that transition from Europe to American college?
I mean, they've been good. To me, it's so natural that, I guess we've done it so long and had so many players go through it that I really don't think of it as anything other than normal. So to me, they've been transitioning normal, and like you said, getting in, playing against different teams will kind of be a good indicator of where they're at and what direction we need to take it from.
Paulius Morauskas is 6'8", 225 pounds. He is a freshman from Kaunas, Lithuania, played in Lithuania's top division, has appeared in the Euro Cup. Again, when he talked about experience, this is a young man who has played in 61 games on the club level overseas, where he averaged 6 points, 3 rebounds in 15 minutes. So a younger guy playing with older guys, and bringing that now here to the United States.
And he combines like two of the most impactful skills in modern basketball, DK, which is that he's a big, strong body. And I've seen him go in there and muscle guys out for rebounds, offensive or defensive rebounds. He's actually very physical on the interior, but he's got a soft, feathery touch from the outside. So you heard Coach there talk about switching him over, transitioning maybe over to the 3, where traditionally he might have played a little bit of 4. In that system, there's a lot of switching, a lot of moving. And so it's pretty interchangeable, not to speak for the coaching staff, but from the eye test, it seems like there's a lot of interchanging and there's a lot of settling out, moving out by that 4 position out to the perimeter as well. When you talk about what he's capable of doing right now at that skill level, I mean, you can tell how much time he spent. Jump shooting from the power forward position in Europe is very common. That skill set, again, when you have an open 3 and you're capable of knocking that down at a 38 to 45% clip, that's invaluable for a guy who's able to do both of those things. He's going to be a real pain for a lot of players to have to box him out because he's very physical.
Well, you mentioned kind of where he fits, maybe traditionally a 4. They've been using him as a 3. Coach talked about the development of Paulius Morauskas.
It's the classic caught in between 2 positions a little bit. We started his development on the perimeter a lot this summer and fall. And then, when guys started getting hurt, we kind of had to slide him to the 4 a little bit. And, our 1, 2, and 3 and our 4 and 5, our 1, 2, and 3 are kind of a trio, or 4 and 5 are kind of a duo. And when you make that jump from the 3 to the 4, there's a little bit of a learning curve. You're kind of learning a different way to play. And so, I feel for him in that. And, as a freshman, that's a lot. I mean, he can really score the ball, and, he's got that scorer's mentality. Now he's just kind of start putting some of the other things together, and he has a chance to be a really good player here.
And I correct myself, I'd said it was Krivas that had the ankle injury. It was, in fact, as you heard Tommy Lloyd say there earlier, it was Paulius Morauskas who dealt with the ankle injury. But that's tough. I mean, when you're a freshman and you're coming in, and now, I mean, with all the things you got to figure out, being new to a foreign country, and you got to learn how to play 2 positions.
Yeah, and I know that Coach Lloyd's style is very similar, and has been, going back to his time in Spokane, to some European sets. So I don't think that the transition would be quite as drastic if you went to some kind of run and gun, 6 seconds type of basketball here in America. Not that Arizona doesn't run that on a few whenever they can, but I think the transition from that is not a big deal. The transition is going to come for both those guys, Krivas and Morauskas, DK, when they see a super physical defense. Because the levels of physicality in defense here is just different. Not to say, obviously, European basketball is a very physical game, but you talk about the UCLA, TCUs, Houstons of these last few seasons and how strong and tough that they're in your skin. They're not letting you get an inch. That style of basketball is just a little bit different. And so moving forward, the speed and the pace we always talk about, the size of the players, the speed of the game, and how fast the teams run. That's really the biggest adjustment. But again, coming into this system, DK, and practicing with those guys, the transition is a little bit smoother because that's what they're repping all day long, all day, every day, right? And so I think that those 2 guys I'm not worried about at all. We didn't really talk too much about Krivas, but that guy, fans out there listening, is every bit of 7'2". He's going to be the tallest guy on the court pretty much every night. And the skill set and skill level that Krivas shows at such a young age, once he gets fully healthy and incorporates himself into the game, I think there's no doubt you can kick the ball into that guy in the post, and he is going to make a lot of teams miserable because he's got the whole package of offensive skills down in the post. So really, really good young interior player.
Well, we'll get into Matías Krivas a little bit later and hear Coach Tommy Lloyd's thoughts on that young man and kind of just where he is right now as well. Want to get a break in, though, here when we come back. Jordan Kent from the Pac-12 Network is going to join us. We'll talk some hoops with the guy that played some basketball and some, in fact, he was actually a three-sport star at Oregon because he ran some track, too.
His dad knows a thing or two about basketball,
Just a little. Does Ernie Kent, his dad, know about the game? We'll have to have Ernie on sometime and have him talk up his son. But first, we'll talk to Jordan. This is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Tip-Off Show, getting you set for the Wildcats season opener at home against Morgan State with J.W. Madden. I'm David Kelly. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
The Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock and K, nestled at the base.
Now the tip-off show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
All right, time now for a view from courtside, brought to you by Kaiser Garage Door and Gates. Kaiser Garage Door and Gates celebrating 25 years of serving Arizona. Pleased to be joined on the show by the man who is going to call tonight's game on the Pac-12 Network, Jordan Kent. We talked to him once before during the football season when he was on Wildcat football duty. And Jordan, you actually know a little bit about not only football but basketball, growing up in a basketball family and actually having worn the uniform here in Tucson throughout your career.
Yeah, and I've played some basketball games at McAllen, have been booed very mercilessly by the student section, so very familiar with it in my time at Oregon. But yeah, I mean, having the multi-sport background has been great for the broadcasting career, and it's been a lot of fun. And it's hard to believe that we're transitioning already to basketball season when it feels like there's still so much football action to be had. That have played on these big stages before, that's going to be huge for this Arizona team. So kudos to Tommy Lloyd and the office for scheduling this difficult, because it's going to go very well for them as far as building that experience, especially as they get ready for March.
Yeah, and I want to just harken on something you just said there. We're joined by Jordan Kent from the Pac-12 Network. He'll be calling tonight's game between Arizona and Morgan State. You mentioned, two transfers, and Caleb Love, who played in the Final Four at North Carolina, and Kashad Johnson, who played in the Final Four with San Diego State. Both of those guys playing in national championship games. I can't imagine there's too many colleges that can say that they've gotten two guys in the transfer portal who played in national championship games.
No, they can't. And what I love about these guys is they really complement areas that I felt Arizona had some weaknesses in last year, to be honest. I think it never hurts to bring in another shooter like Love. He wasn't great from three last year, 30%, but he's a high-volume three-point shooter, so he's going to shoot them. And the way that you guys run your offense and running the floor and sharing the ball, he's going to get a lot of quality looks, so I expect that percentage to go up. But the thing that was really missing for Arizona last year, especially when Mathurin and Koloko went to the NBA, you guys didn't have any dogs, D-A-W-G, as I say. I mean, who was going to be that guy, right? When you're down 4, 5 minutes left, neutral site, NCAA tournament game, who's going to rally everybody? Who's going to grab somebody on the chest and tell them to step up on defense? I didn't feel like you guys really had that. For as talented as Tubelis was, he wasn't that guy. And Kurt Kriisa, as we knew, was dealing with some injuries, and he was really all over the place. And Umar, I love him, but he's not that vocal leader, in my opinion, that rallies everybody. But now with Johnson and Love and even Bradley to a certain extent, you've got some dogs that have been in those situations that are going to be able to rally everybody together, and they know what to do when things start to get really difficult. And to me, that's what was missing. And I remember Tommy Lloyd saying there's just an issue with the culture last year in his preseason press conference. And I think you guys have the pieces for a terrific culture. I mean, forget what you're going to have on the court and all the talent and the different positions that you can defend. I think figuring out the culture piece is the biggest question mark for Arizona this year. And at least on paper, these guys should fit the bill.
Jordan, speaking of the culture and the players' pieces that they've added, Coach Lloyd is young. He spent 20 years, obviously, up at Gonzaga, but only in his third year as a head coach himself, making those decisions, tough decisions. Last year, they might have had a little bit of a short bench towards the end of the year, and that might have affected their play in the NCAA tournament. This year, they come in with so many transfers, so many new faces, and the goal is to go as deep as possible into that bench. As is every season, the bench gets a little bit shorter and shorter after these non-conference games get over. What would you recommend to a young coach like Coach Lloyd as far as making sure that you get as much effectiveness out on the court as possible while trying to mix in so many new faces, only 3 returning players from last year's rotation?
Well, I'll tell you this much. Tommy Lloyd's going to know a lot more than I am, first of all. But I would suggest from my vantage point and having followed the game, and, my dad being a head coach for over 25 years, I think it's really important that these young players, as hard as it might be, they've got to get some playing experience in these difficult games in the non-conference slate. Let them step on the floor, on the road, with a vicious crowd on your back, and let them get some confidence making plays. And then you're going to get a chance to watch your film as you get closer to conference season. And, yeah, you want to whittle your bench down to 8 or 9 guys potentially. But if you don't give them their opportunities now, there's a huge difference between getting into the game at home against Morgan State and making plays when you're up 15 and 20 and there's no pressure on each possession versus second half of Duke, 12 minutes left, 2-point game. You're coming into the bench for a couple minutes. Can you make that pass? Can you set that screen? Can you defend this guy for your 3 or 4 minute span? Can you do that well in a completely different hostile environment? If you can, then you can build off of that. That way, if we do need to rely on you, if there's an injury or if there's foul trouble and we're in a Pac-12 tournament game or an NCAA tournament game and we just have this critical 3 or 4 minute stretch, we can rely on you because you've done that during this year. So I think it's making sure that you're giving these guys meaningful minutes right now when the games don't have a greater consequence other than a loss in the loss column. It's not going to end your season, any of these losses right now, versus you get caught up in some of the foul trouble or injury issues later in the year in March where it's win or go home, and now you're trying to bring somebody off the bench that hasn't played in a pressure-packed situation. So for me, use these opportunities, get these minutes for these players. It's a long season. Figure out who's going to be on your bench and who's going to do a good job, and let them show it to you on the court in a tough environment.
Yeah, and obviously mixing in all these new faces, they did have the opportunity to go overseas and play in Abu Dhabi and have a little bit of time. We know that the NCAA has relaxed the rules as far as coaches spending time with players, but when you only have the 3 returning rotation players, it takes time for a lot of guys to get to know each other's tendencies, where you like to catch the ball and all those other things. So that trip overseas, in your experience, watching teams take those types of summertime trips, those bonding trips, if you will, how important is that for this team only returning the 3 players moving forward with such a tough non-conference schedule?
I mean, it's huge. Again, every single rep that you can get on the floor is going to help you learn more about your teammates. Every single moment that you can scout an opponent, go out there, play a game, watch some game film, dissect it, is big. And so you said it right there. It's just going to be playing experience and reps. And they've got a great system in hand, and they're going to instill it. And I think with the skill that you've got at the big man positions, you're still going to have some of that high-low action that you guys are known for, and you're going to push it on every make or miss. But it's going to come down to that flow on offense, right? That's always been the challenge for you guys is you score a bunch of points, but can you limit the turnovers with all the possessions that you're generating in the game? And that is guys being familiar with when's the guy going to run down the floor? When's the guy going to cut? Oh, is he going to drive and dish it to me, or do I need to be ready at this moment? You just get reps in games doing that. And I think being able to go overseas and having everybody be on the same page and trying to execute a game plan, listening to your coaches versus just pick up ball in the gym in the summer makes a big difference. I mean, the only example I can point to in my career was an Oregon team that missed the Pac-12 tournament and then went overseas to Italy, played, and then the very next year ended up getting to the Elite Eight just because of what they were able to do overseas and to build that chemistry. And when you've got guys from so many different countries and so many different backgrounds and coming from different schools and having different roles, you're looking for leaders to emerge. And that's when you look at some of your veterans that have been either on this team, or you look at Johnson and Love, guys that have played in key games on some of these teams that have really needed to rely on them. So I think it is just those extra reps that help so much in the offseason, but really kind of just put your mind in season mode earlier than you normally would if guys were just coming together for practice for the first time in October.
Jordan Kent joining us from the Pac-12 Network. Jordan, before we let you go, I just want to get your opinion on what you've seen, if you've had a chance to review the two exhibition games from the youngsters. Obviously, Moteus Krivas didn't play in the first game, got a little time in the second game, and Paulius Morauskas, who are both young freshmen coming into this program.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of what they were doing. Obviously, they've got great size and mobility for what they bring to the table. I think, again, with them, it's getting used to the speed of that Arizona is going to be playing with, right? And then the biggest thing with young big men coming in is how physical can you be down low on the block? I mean, what are you going to do the first time a 6'9" senior, maybe in his seventh year, right, because of the COVID year, catches it, lowers his shoulder into your chest, knocks you off the block, and finishes through you? How do you respond to that, right? And so I think you just have to be patient with young big men as you bring them up and not really forcing them out there or forcing them to put on too much weight too soon. But I like them. Tommy Lloyd has had a knack for finding skilled big men, and the fact that they both are so familiar with each other overseas, I think that'll help just with the transition to college, right? You're asking a lot for a kid to come over from Lithuania and to adjust to a whole new culture, but to have a teammate here to do that goes a long way. So I think for them, they're going to really be key for that bench if they can develop and play some meaningful minutes, as I said before, in these environments coming up. And now you don't have to rely on playing Ballo 32 minutes a game, that he can play 30 minutes and stay fresh, and you can go to either Krivas or Morauskas. That's just going to help this team out so much more. But I like what I see as far as good bones in the home, as we like to say, right? It's just a matter of giving them a little bit more experience out there and, remodeling a few things.
Hey, Jordan, we appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us. Have a great call this evening.
Hey, thanks a lot. Enjoy the game tonight, guys.
Jordan Kent, he is the announcer for the Pac-12 Network on the call tonight, Arizona and Morgan State. And he's brought to you by Kaiser Garage Door and Gate, celebrating 25 years serving Arizona. It's going to break in here. Hour 2 in the books, 1 hour and left to go. Taking you up to Jed Fish's radio show at 6:05. We'll get much more into your Wildcats. A whole lot more coming up. It is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Game Day Tip-Off Show. Arizona, Morgan State to start the 2023-24 college basketball season tonight with tip-off at 7:30 here in Tucson at McHale Center. With J.W. Madden, I'm David Kelly. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
This hour of the Meridian Wealth Management pregame show is brought to you by Blue Whale Car Wash, Caruso's Italian Restaurant, Cool Willie's Air and Plumbing, The Diamond Store, Goldberg and Osborne, Goodfellas AC, Humane Society of Southern Arizona, Lexus of Tucson, Nova Home Loans, Recon Auto Detail, Ride Now Power Sports Tucson, Tucson Police Department.
Coach Tommy Lloyd here. Did you spend money on your AC this summer? My friends at Rightway will give you back up to $3,000 for those repairs.
That's right. No matter who did the repair, we'll buy it back for up to $3,000 towards the purchase of a new heating and air system.
No repair bills this year? No worries. We will give you up to $2,000 trade-in plus 0% interest up to 60 months. Manufacturer rebates plus 10-year parts and labor warranty on a new heating and air system.
Have an aging heating and air system? Out of warranty? We'll inspect it absolutely free. Call Rightway Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today.
Get the backyard you've always wanted with a custom pool from First Choice Pools. A backyard oasis built around you. First Choice is a full-service builder of beautiful in-ground pools and backyard designs for years of staycations. If you're ready to dive in, then visit TucsonPoolBuilder.com. Schedule now and get 3 months of full service free. First Choice Pools for installs, renovation, remodeling, and repair. Get started today at TucsonPoolBuilders.com. First Choice Pools, the first and only choice.
Driving the lane, dunking on the competition, and playing as a team. These are things we'll see this season watching our Wildcats play basketball. These happen to be the things you'll also find when you buy your next vehicle from O'Reilly Chevrolet. The only difference is at O'Reilly, nobody gets penalized for traveling. Heck, we actually encourage it. See us on Broadway next to Park Place Mall. Call 747-8000 or find new roads at O'Reilly.com, where you can experience our version of a steal. O'Reilly Chevrolet, more than a great price.
O'Reilly Chevrolet.
Caruso's, a Tucson tradition since 1938, located on historic 4th Avenue. For 4 generations, Caruso's handmade sauce has been prepared with love by a family member, using only the best ingredients. Enjoy specialty Italian dishes like lasagna al forno, chicken tetrazzini, real Italian sausages, spectacular pizza, as well as many vegetarian options. Caruso's offers outdoor dining on their garden patio, with indoor dining also available. Open Tuesday through Sunday, with all your favorites available for takeout. For more information, call 520-624-5765 or visit their website at carusositalian.com.
The Window Depot is more than a window store. The Window Depot is a one-stop warehouse with everything you need for your complete home remodel. Shop the aisles of pre-built cabinets in a variety of colors, granite and quartz countertops, sinks, skylights, and hardware to complete your project. Need a custom order? We can help. Our designers offer free design services and can special order everything you need for your kitchen or bathroom remodel today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Desperate buyers have created tremendous opportunity for sellers. If you've had the slightest thought of selling your home, it's time to call Sean Poston with the Poston Results Team at Keller Williams, Southern Arizona. Why choose the Poston Results Team? Past performance, more money in your pocket, over a 65% referral rate, an incredible Poston Results Team staff, and most important, communication, because you and your home matter. The Poston Results Team. When buying and selling really mattered, go to TucsonHomeValues.com. That's TucsonHomeValues with an S.com.
This November, I'm grateful for the most thrilling casino action around.
Not to mention next level fun and unbeatable winning.
You got it.
Find it all at Desert Diamond Casinos.
And this month is all about the excitement.
You bet it is.
At Tucson, there are giveaways galore. Come out every Thursday for Road to Riches, where there are over $100,000 in prizes up for grabs. Plus, there's 10K Saturday, Diamond Sunday Bingo, and more.
I'm there.
At Saurita, there are more great events, plus incredible entertainment all month at the Diamond Center's Saurita.
Count me in.
Then make your picks each week to score your share of over $1 million. It's $1 Million Pro Football Frenzy at Tucson, Saurita, and Y.
That's true, Tucson.
It's always a good time at Desert Diamond Casinos.
True.
An enterprise of the Thana Autumn Nation.
See Rewards Center for details.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. We have the Arizona Wildcats covered on game day like no one else. With the biggest pre- and post-game coverage in the Pac-12. We are Wildcats Radio 1290. The Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
Last hour of the Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show, getting you set for Arizona and Morgan State tonight at McHale Center, the start to the 2023-24 college basketball season. I mentioned earlier the Wildcats will have, if you include the 2 exhibition games, which they've already played, 17 home games. So they'll have 15 regular season home games at McHale Center this season. They'll have 4 of those in the month of November. Morgan State, Southern, Belmont, and UT Ireland. There'll be 2 home games in December. Right at the beginning, in fact, consecutive Saturdays, they'll take on Colgate. Colgate's an Ivy League school, are they not?
I believe so.
Yes, Colgate. I never remember if they are Ivy League or what's the other smart conference there in the East?
Pac-12?
The Patriot League. Patriot League, yeah. They're one of those two. I know that. Wisconsin will come in on December the 9th. That'll be a Saturday as well. Those will both be early, 1 in the afternoon tips. So we'll be working early on those Saturdays. Then there will be 4 home games in January. The Colorado-Utah, Rocky Mountain homestand, and the Los Angeles homestand, which will be the final visit for the Trojans and the Bruins as Pac-12 teams. And then there will be 5 games at home in February. The Bay Area schools will come at the beginning of the month, California and Stanford. Arizona State will be in the middle of the month on the 17th, and then Washington State and Washington will come in for their final trek here. And then 1 home game in March will be the Oregon Ducks. So they'll play just the 1 Oregon school here in Tucson this year, and that'll be the Oregon Ducks. Oregon State will not come here to Tucson.
That's because they rearranged so that UCLA could play Arizona
Correct.
twice. Yeah.
Correct.
So they wanted this last season of the Pac-12, the 2 traditional basketball rivals, the Bruins and Wildcats, to be able to play twice.
Yeah, the Pac-12 tournament is not actually, it's a little bit off. Normally it's the second weekend in March. This year it's the 3rd weekend in March, which is March 13th through the 16th will be the Pac-12 tournament. So everything is obviously pushed back about a week or so normally than you would expect. Normally that week of the March 13th to the 16th, you're anticipating the first weekend of the NCAA tournament, because I remember, as I was telling you yesterday, I was stranded in Sacramento on St. Patrick's Day, which was the 17th after the Wildcats lost in the first round on the 16th to Princeton last year.
March is so far away. I'm not even sure what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. So
you don't want to dream, JW. You don't want to dream about March yet. It's never too early. I understand in Tucson to dream about March.
I'm dreaming
Madness,
about that,
right?
I'm dreaming about that game on January 20th because that might be as loud as McHale. I've been to at least 350 games at McHale Center, DK, and that game against UCLA traditionally is the loudest every year, regardless of how each team ranks. But when they're generally ranked both in the top 25, I know that final trip in conference for the Bruins is going to be a very, very good experience.
Should be interesting, to say the least. In the last hour, before we chatted with Jordan Kent, we were talking about the 2 freshman big men, Paulius Morauskas and Moteus Krivas, and we focused a little bit on Morauskas, but we want to also talk a little bit about the other young big man, Moteus Krivas, and he comes in here 7'2", as J-Dub was saying, 7'2", also from Lithuania, and he had a chance this summer to play with that national team in the under-20, and so he had a chance to show his wares there, and that did a pretty nice job, scoring almost 15 points per game.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, like his skill set, his skill level for that type of size and length. It's internationally, if you can finish inside, then you're going to have a role with the national team, and obviously a lot of good veterans. It's a very good national team as well.
Yeah, average, like I said, average 13 points, 10 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 assists in those 7 games for the U20 club, and has also played on the club level, the second division club level in Lithuania, where he averaged 14 points and 10 rebounds. So Moteus Krivas, and Tommy Lloyd was asked if he believes that this young man might be compared to Azuolas Tubelis at the beginning of his career here at the University of Arizona.
I'm sorry, DK. I had a caller call in.
I did not notice you were on the phone.
Yeah,
there.
no, not a problem. Zoo.
Yeah,
and how he compares
Moteus Krivas
to
was
Krivas.
Exactly.
Let's hear what Coach Lloyd has to say about that. If my computer will work.
Zoo came in. I think there was probably a little more sense of urgency for him to start and contribute. Krivas with Umar here, does maybe have the same, but man, if you have those two guys and you can play them in 3-4 minute stretches where they can play extremely hard. I think that's going to be really effective, and I wouldn't be surprised he scores the ball so easy that there might be some days he's close to your leading scorer.
Yeah, I would think that's going to be pretty close to being true because I've seen him knock the ball. I've seen him knock down some pretty impressive shots.
Well, look, Arizona does have last year's Player of the Year, Zach Edey, on the schedule, and that guy's every bit of 7'4". But there are not very many programs in the country that can match up with a 7'2" post player who has skill over both shoulders. So again, I think for those freshmen especially, it's about keeping it simple. But Krivas has all the tools, and obviously we know we talked about him nursing a little bit of injury and getting back into the swing of things with practice schedules and whatnot. But if he's out there and healthy and can get some time at the post and that the guards are looking for him, I have no doubt. I have a feeling we marveled at Umar Balo's efficiency last year, David Kelly, when he came in, especially after that trip to Maui. He was shooting something like 65, 70%. I expect to see the same thing from Krivas. Just going to play within himself and play his game. Look for the shots at his spots. And I just think he's so skilled. And just nobody in the country has a 7'2" guy to match up with that length. Very few.
Very few, indeed. Well, when you look at this roster and what it's made of this year, a lot of, again, for the third year in a row, really the third year in a row, it's made up of a lot of players from the United States, but a lot of players from outside of the United States. And we'll give you some of the countries that are represented. Outside of the United States, you've got Serbia, represented by Filip Bodavicinen. You've got Sweden. Billy B, indeed. You've got Sweden, represented by Pelle Larsson. On this team, you've got Mali, represented by Umar Balo.
I love that Pelle's from Nacka.
Nacka?
It's such a good city name.
It is. Very good. Nacka, Sweden. You've got Estonia, represented by Henry Vesar. You've got Lithuania, which is represented by the two young big men, Moteas Krivas and Paulius Marauskis. And you've got England, represented by Jackson Cook, who's from Oxford, England. And you've got Spain, represented by the young guy, Conrad Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, that guy, we've not talked about him at all, but he will find his way into being a crowd favorite, Mikhail, guaranteed.
No, well, in fact, let's hear from Tommy Lloyd and what he believes about this young man, Conrad Martinez. He's very impressed with him.
I've said all along, Tucson's going to love this kid. He's a spark plug, and he's done a tremendous job helping us with our practices, with his competitiveness, his savvy, his speed and quickness, and listen, I'm not setting any limitations on that kid. He's a special player, and
yeah, you could just tell. I mean, he's a little undersized, obviously, for that spot. However, it doesn't mean that you can't be ultimately very effective at this level, DK, if you have the right attitude and the right skill set. And he just is a menace already defensively. He's got great core vision, really, really good ball handling skills, balls on a string for him. So I don't know with this veteran guard group how much time he's going to get in there. We heard from Mr. Kent about getting these guys as many minutes as possible. Conrad Martinez this year might find himself on that other side where he's only getting garbage minutes. I'm not here to speak for the coaching staff and what they're seeing behind the scenes. We just know that Kylan Boswell, Jaden Bradley, et al., Caleb Love, all the guard play ahead of him right now. But I'll tell you one thing, he's pushing those guys in practice. He's a very impressive young player for sure.
Well, I think he could also definitely be a guy that they might redshirt,
sure,
along with Dylan Anderson, who we learned last week is going to be redshirting this coming year. I would think Conrad might fit into that mold as well as a player that doesn't necessarily play. And I don't think it's not like football where you can play a few games. I don't think you can play at all. In basketball, if I'm not mistaken.
Remember. I think they changed the rules, but I think that there are hardships. If you play in a couple of games, you can get a hardship waiver for that season. But in general, yeah, I think in general it's play or don't play.
Yeah. Well, before we go to our pest of the game, let's hear one more from Tommy Lloyd here. We mentioned earlier that Pelle Larsson has been dealing with an injury throughout all of the fall and has not played in either of the 2 exhibition games. But let's hear, and when he's healthy, we've seen, obviously, Pella in the recent years be used in a number of different roles as a starter, as a reserve. He
Very
seemed
versatile.
to have been, very good coming off the bench. But when he is healthy, how Tommy Lloyd plans to use Pella Larson this season?
First up, I have to see if he's available and where he's at. I mean, before we do anything like that. So I'm going to kind of let that play out, and then I'll, then I'll make the decision that I think's best for the team. I don't think there's really a wrong decision in this scenario, and we'll make sure we do a great job. With whoever doesn't start is going to play as much as the starters and be a significant contributor.
Yeah, I think, again, Pella Larson is a guy that's important. He's very important to this rotation. You want to see him out there. He's a veteran. He's a leader on this team, and a guy that they're expecting a lot from here in this final season.
Also, ultimately super team first, right? Because remember last year, they did try Pella Larson in the starting lineup for those first, 7-8 games. And then Cedric Henderson Jr. ended up taking over that role at some point. But Pella, obviously effective off the bench, 6th man of the year a couple of years ago. I just love his defensive tenacity above all those things. But when he can straight line drive and get to the cup, DK, I think he's at his best. I think he's a solid stand-up outside shooter, catch and shoot kind of guy. I'd love to see him mix in a little crossover mid-range stuff as well. But for now, for everything we've seen over the years, when he gets healthy and get back in the lineup, he puts a lot of pressure on the defense because he's just a very physical player for that size. And again, like we said earlier, if they ever go small, I really, really like Pella Larson at either the power forward type spot with maybe a Keyshawn Johnson playing center. I just think he's a very versatile player.
Well, you will hear from Pella Larson coming up in our next segment, along with Umar Balo. The two of them got a chance to go to Las Vegas in October, not to gamble, but to talk about their seasons coming up with the Arizona Wildcats. And you will hear from the two of them on that. But first, we must give you the young man on Morgan State's basketball team that we are most concerned about tonight.
Who is today's Pest of the Game? The Pest of the Game is brought to you by University Termite and Pest Control. Check them out at BePestFree.com.
This is not an easy one.
No.
Because we don't really know a whole lot about the Morgan State
Well, they
Bears
don't know a
this
lot about
season.
it because they don't have a lot of returning players.
No, they really don't. We mentioned that if you weren't with us earlier. 14 newcomers and a whole bunch of transfers on this team. So I'm gonna go with the man that was closest to us. I'm gonna go with Kyron Oliver.
Okay.
As my pest of the game here for the Morgan State Bears. I mentioned Kyron is coming over from New Mexico State and the disaster that was the Aggies last season, and so hopefully looking for a new awakening for himself.
Yeah.
Coming over here. So that's going to be my guy. I'm going to go with Kyron Oliver.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to maybe cop out a little bit here.
Okay.
For the reasons that you just stated about them not necessarily having a lot of returning players. But going back to what I was talking about, McHale, when you come in as such an underdog, what you're really trying to do is speed up the Cats, maybe get some silly turnovers, and that has to lead to either easy fast break buckets or a lot of three-point shots. Because if you have any chance of staying in this game, it's not going to become from finishing at the rim, DK. I mean, the size that Arizona is bringing to the table here tonight, it's going to be really tough for them in the paint overall. So my pest of the game is just going to go in general to the three-point shooters for the Morgan State team coming in. Because if those guys can get their feet set, can see a couple of balls go down early, that is a pathway towards potentially staying in this game and making it competitive, outside of them shooting out an outrageous number. So to me, the pest of the game for the Morgan State team is just those outside shooters in general.
So all the outside shooters.
Anybody who chooses to shoot a three-point shot tonight
Okay.
could
Who do you think
potentially
you are, Glenn Howell?
be a pest of the game. Tonight I am. Tonight I'm taking the role of Glenn. I'm going to take the forwards and the guards, and I'm going to
give everybody a pest of the game.
Yeah,
right?
everybody's a pest of the game.
There you go. All right, so J-Dub is going with the three-point shooters for the Morgan State Beavers, and let's just look.
Are there a lot of Beavers in Baltimore?
I'm sorry, Morgan State Bears. Did I say Beavers?
You did, but that's
Yeah,
fine.
Okay, let's look low last year. Last year they took 23 threes and hit 12. So
I looked at their stats. They shot about 1/3 of their shots last year as a team were from the three-point line. But again, you can't really look at last year's statistics because with a whole new group of people coming in. Yeah.
But it could be the same style, though.
Could very well
be the same style.
Could be. But I just know that in general terms, if you're coming into this building against a top 10 ranked Arizona team with a lot of size and length, you better shoot well from the outside.
Okay. All right. Those are, I should say, your pests of the game.
That's today's Pest of the Game. The Pest of the Game is brought to you by University Termite and Pest Control. Visit BePestFree.com.
And let's tell you what is coming up in the final hour, well, really 50 minutes of this program today.
Let's take a look at the Right Way Rundown and see what's coming up on our pregame show. Brought to you by Right Way Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Do things the right way.
All right, still ahead, you're going to hear from Pella Larson and Umar Balo from the Pac-12 media session in Las Vegas. Our best bets are coming up in the next segment. Arizona, a heavy favorite. Will they cover? Will they not? We'll tell you what we think, our keys to the game, as well as we'll give you the starting lineup for tonight's game for your Arizona Wildcats. It is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Tip-Off Show, and you're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
This hour of the Meridian Wealth Management pregame show is brought to you by Broadway in Tucson, Dave & Buster's Tucson, Dorado Rock, First Choice Pools, The Good Feet Store, Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care, O'Reilly Chevrolet, Ram Plumbing, Restaurant Supply Store, Right Way Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, Rocking KA Master Plan Community Design by Nature, University Termite and Pest Control.
As a homeowner, you've probably seen some pretty bad plumbing problems.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
We've seen them all.
All of them?
Ram's Plumbing kept entire buildings flowing. Businesses since 1983.
Wow, so whatever happens to my house...
We've seen it before, and we have the solution. Locally owned and operated, Ram Plumbing is Tucson's most trusted plumber. Our team of licensed professionals can fix anything your home can dish out. When your plumbing's in trouble, call Ram on the double. Online at bestplumbertucson.com.
Broadway in Tucson presents the Rockin' 2023-2024 season featuring 8 blockbuster productions including Disney's Aladdin, The Book of Mormon, Hairspray, and Chicago. Enjoy the Southern Arizona musical premieres of Tina, the Tina Turner Musical, Ain't Too Proud, The Life and Time of the Temptations, MJ the Musical, and Mrs. Doubtfire. Secure your choice season tickets today and get the ultimate in flexibility and the lowest prices all season. Visit BroadwayInTucson.com and secure your season tickets today.
Here's an important message from University Termite and Pest Control. The weather is getting cooler here, and so rodents will be seeking alternative housing. Do you need a professional? Call University Termite and Pest Control, 886-4146. They've been serving Tucson since 1974. You can be assured University Termite and Pest Control will keep you pest-free using the most responsible products and application methods. 28 school districts, 3 hospitals, 2 colleges, 1 university, and thousands of homeowners trust University Termite and Pest Control. You can too. Call University Termite and Pest Control today at 886-4146 or go to bepestfree.com.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Driving the lane, dunking on the competition, and playing as a team. These are things we'll see this season watching our Wildcats play basketball. These happen to be the things you'll also find when you buy your next vehicle from O'Reilly Chevrolet. The only difference is at O'Reilly, nobody gets penalized for traveling. Heck, we actually encourage it. See us on Broadway next to Park Place Mall. Call 747-8000 or find new roads at O'Reilly.com, where you can experience our version of a steal. O'Reilly Chevrolet, more than a great price.
O'Reilly Chevrolet.
Sean Furrier for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. It looks like our...
Gets it to Ballo. Face up on the bucket against Davenport. Ballo now going to post him up, working him down into the paint. Goes up, rolls it in for Umar Ballo. That's just a strong move for the big man.
Take Davenport to the weight room. Ballo just muscles him out.
Take him to the woodshed. Umar Ballo, looking forward to his season here for the Arizona Wildcats. It is the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Tip-Off Show. Men's basketball opening up the season tonight against Morgan State. It's a 7:30 tip-off at McHale Center. We'll take you up to 6:05. You've got the Jetfish Radio Show. And then coverage on the network will continue at 7 o'clock here with tip-off at 7:30. The season opener for Arizona before they head to Duke on Friday afternoon, late afternoon. It'll be a 5 o'clock tip-off, which means we'll be on the air at 1 o'clock on Friday, getting you set for one of the biggest. I would, looking at all these games, I would say that this is the biggest game of the non-conference by far, just because of who it is.
I think for fans, there's no question. Just because, I was around for that 4-game home and home in the late 80s, early 90s. There was a double overtime game with the clock issue, and Coach Krzyzewski said he would never come back to McHale after that. It's been that long. They've faced each other in some preseason NIT tournaments. They faced each other in the NCAA tournament. But as far as having a home and home with the Blue Devils, DK, a lot of us old school fans, we've been waiting for this day because I think these two programs should face each other on a regular basis. I've never seen an Arizona versus Duke game that didn't live up to the billing.
Some interesting numbers on this one tonight in terms of season openers. Arizona has won each of their last 16 season openers. The last time U of A lost a season opener was 2006 at Virginia. That was 2 years before I arrived here. The Wildcats have, in fact, won 22 straight season openers at McHale Center. You have to go all the way back to the 92-93 season, when they lost 86-80 to Arkansas. I would imagine those were some good Arkansas teams.
What year
back
was that?
Then. 1992-93.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were probably some of Nolan Richardson's best Arkansas teams coming in here to play. That must have been. You very rarely see games like that anymore in terms of home openers.
Yeah, I think the whole dynamic has changed these last 20 years. Power 5 schools scheduling each other for home and homes just doesn't happen because. No. There's not a lot of motivation early, especially we're talking about early in the season. You got a lot of freshmen you're working in. This is the era after Kobe and those guys went to the NBA where they changed the rules, DK, and you couldn't go to the NBA. So you're talking about a lot of those programs, Kentucky, Duke, and so forth, working in a lot of top flight freshmen. They don't necessarily want to play. Now, all that being said, then you've got these, conference tournaments that they've replaced it with in these last 10 years, right? So there are some great matchups that happen. There's also these, Hall of Fame type things. I can't remember the exact name, but the one that, Kentucky and North Carolina and Kansas are all involved in. They all play each other every year. So they've replaced a lot of these high profile home and homes. But to me, there's no reason why, the Zags in Arizona, Duke in Arizona, those teams, you want to get your team ready for March in the postseason. It starts early. It starts from game one. Getting against high level competition and seeing what your team can do, because then you can go on the film and see what you got to work on.
Yeah. I think the one other thing that I'm looking forward to tonight is I always look forward to that because I have not been there at the beginning of either of the two exhibition games. So I'm interested to see what the video is going to be. Yeah. The opening video is going to be 17 Sweet 16.
They do a great job over there at the U of A.
Final Four. Yeah. Nobody says Final Fours. 4 Final Fours like Luke Walton.
Yeah.
4 Final Fours.
Right.
That guy's got a voice. If he wasn't a coach, he could be a broadcaster if he wanted it to be.
It's funny because RJ and Luke being best friends, I always thought that their voices might have been switched. Like you kind of expect Luke's voice to come out of Richard Jefferson and vice versa.
Right. Exactly. All right. I don't bet a lot of basketball, but let's see if we can figure it out this season.
Tucson, what are some of today's best bets? Will the Cats beat the spread? It's time to look at some of today's best bets. Brought to you by Desert Diamond Sportsbook, Arizona's best bet.
All right, let's start with the line on this one, J-Dub. Arizona by 31.5.
Yeah.
Now, what did I say? Last year they won by 25. over Morgan State, 31.5.
So the question is this year's team 6 points better than last
year's team?
I'd say, yeah. I think on
and
paper,
with 14 new players on Morgan State. I'm going to tell you, I'll lay 31.5 tonight.
I'll tell you this much. I think the secondary five on this team, DK, is as scary as any in the country. So when you talk about teams that are loaded, generally those starters will come out, get out to a big lead, and then maybe some bench players will come in and let that up. I don't see that happening anytime soon. So in these games like this, if you get out to a 25, 30-point lead, that second group's going to come in and maintain that distance. So, yeah, I think Arizona does cover that number, yeah.
And the over-under is 153.5 tonight. And I believe this will be one of those games that Arizona scores 100-plus points. And I got to believe that Morgan State will at least get 60. So I'll take the over on that 153.5.
I'll be surprised this year when Arizona doesn't score. No, I mean, obviously that's a little facetious. I think that they're going to be, right up there as among the top 5 scoring teams in the country with the guard play. So, yeah, I look for a lot of high-scoring games. The only way that Morgan State can stay in this game, again, is to shoot a lot of threes. So if those threes are falling, they'll stay in. That would be a high number. But yeah. I think over 151, you said?
153.5.
153. Yeah, I'd say it's going to be over.
Okay. So we are both laying the 31.5, and we are both saying that it'll be over the 153.5. Just kind of looking at last year's schedule. Let's see. They scored 1, 2, 3 times. It looks like they scored over 100 points, and that was in the early part of the season. So, and I think this is a game that they could definitely do that. So, those are your bets. We'll see if we know anything about it. Well, at least I know I'm much better at betting football, but we'll see if we can learn how to bet basketball this season.
Those are today's best bets. They are brought to you by Desert Diamond Sportsbook, Arizona's best bet.
I will say that last year's team didn't have 9 or 10 potential rotation players.
That's true.
There is that.
That's true. All right, we want to hear from a couple of your Arizona Wildcats here. We're going to go back to Las Vegas during the Pac-12 Media Day and hear from Umar Ballo and Pella Larson. From a couple of ready to go. Las Vegas. Hold on. I've got too many things open here again.
That happens. It's just computers.
All right, here we go. Let's try again.
Always. Yeah, what's been the off-season workout regimen? You guys had an international trip. Were you able to put on as much muscle as you wanted to?
Yeah, they got weight rooms at hotels, so we've been doing fine.
What for you two? I know you have a handful of new players in the program, and I asked your coach about it. The disappointment of the NCAA tournament last year and how motivating that is for both of you. Umar, I'll start with you. And did that have an effect on your summer in the motivation to get in the weight room and work on your game and come back better this year?
Yeah, a lot for sure, because last year we didn't, finish the way that we wanted to. So that put a chip on our shoulder, and we had to get better as a team and as individuals. So that motivated us a lot, this summer to work out harder.
We'll send it over to Jesse for some questions from the media now.
If anybody has a question, please raise your hand. We'll get you a microphone. Matt, on my left in the back row.
Matt Muehlbach with the Pac-12. This is for both you guys. Tommy was just talking about how much you guys talk about development and work on development. Was there something that for each of you that you really worked on this off season? I know, in fact, Umar, you've been really good about different things you've added to your game, that little jump hook, the little jump push shot. And just again, for both of you, what things have you maybe worked on personally?
Just finding more ways within our offense, I think, to score, find the right opportunities to get your shot off, and then just playing aggressive, trying to play more aggressive than ever on the offensive end. And hopefully I can dump the ball off to O as much as I can off of that.
Yeah, me personally, I just, work a lot on my lob catching, be a lob threat, and also be a leader for those young bigs and try to bring everyone together and trying to connect all the dots.
Okay, on my left in the third row.
BJ, Carlos Snow, Pac-12 Network.
Pella and, I don't know if you guys have thought about it, but you both started at other schools. You transferred. You've both been Sixth Man of the Year in the pack. If you kind of go back and look where you were when you were freshmen coming in and where you are now, did you see this, and was that part of the hope or the plan in coming to Arizona?
I mean, when I came in as freshman, I definitely didn't imagine myself playing at Arizona. But, I mean, it's been great, and I'm very blessed and thankful. And, you know, me and O kind of got there at the same time and been through the same stuff. So it's really nice for me to share that journey with him.
Yeah, personally, Arizona was one of my top 3 schools, but I went to Gonzaga because of Coach Lloyd, and that was probably the best decision because he led me where I needed to be. And I'm grateful I'm here today, went through my struggle and found my own ways, and thankful for the program to give me a second chance.
Let's talk about your off seasons. Obviously, as a team, you guys went on an international trip. You both went home, Sweden. You did some camps, some basketball camps back in Mali. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so me and some other guys from Mali, we went home this summer. We had 250 kids. We brought them shoes and gears, and we had 2 days of camp, and it was amazing. The joy that we put on those kids' faces were heartwarming. You know, I'm glad we got to do that, give something back to those kids.
Pella, one thing that doesn't get talked about enough, it gets mentioned, but I don't think talked about enough, is your unselfishness with your role at Arizona. You know, you started, then you didn't start. Then you were the Sixth Man of the Year last year. You started, and then you came off the bench. Talk about your approach to that, because Tommy was talking about, you know, your potential of being an NBA player, and that stuff matters. Like your unselfishness and your ability to be in different roles and thrive in those roles matters to NBA people. So talk about what you've gone through mentally in terms of adjusting to that.
I don't think there was any like big adjustments necessary, because it's kind of, I was taught to, you know, what matters is when you're on the court, what you're doing when you're on the court, and I was taught to just play to win. So I've just been trusting that and trusting my coach, my teammates, that what we do in practice is going to get us better, and just stick to the plan and help as much as I can when I'm actually on the court.
Tommy talked about toughness in the offseason. We asked him about it. I want to ask you guys about it. Are you guys like throwing blows in practice now and like beating each other up, or is it more of just the mental approach, the mental toughness of things, so that what happened at the end of last year doesn't happen again?
I feel like it's both. You know, our practices really get intense. Guys get after each other, and it's so physical. But most importantly is the mental approach, because me and Pele were there last year, and the way season ended, man, it hurt us. And for us, it's important to let the guys know, like, we need to get better as a person and as a team. And mentally is the key to grow mentally.
We're a month away from your first road game at Duke. So when we watch you guys play, obviously you got the opener before that, but could you, Pella, give us some insight, some players who maybe we haven't seen in Arizona uniforms yet that you think will make an impact that you've been seeing in practice?
Yeah, on our team? Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of guys. I feel like this is probably like the deepest roster that I've been a part of. So many talented young guys and, experienced upperclassmen. So, I mean, it's a good mix. And honestly, in practice, we can divide it into like 3 even teams and go at it and butt heads. So it's been really fun this offseason. And anyone that will get the chance in the spotlight will definitely try to take advantage and, step up for themselves and the team.
Umar, who's throwing that high-low pass to you this year?
Keisha and Pele for sure.
All right.
Well, guys, there you go.
All right. Those are your 2 senior leaders, Pella Larson and Umar Abalo. And looking forward to watching those 2 young men play this season for your Arizona Wildcats. Tip-off coming up at 7:30. 30. Let's get a break in here. When we come back, we still have our keys to the game. We'll give you the starting lineups for tonight's contest. It's the Meridian Wealth Management Arizona Basketball Tip-Off Show. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
The Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
Cool Willie's Air and Plumbing. Always trust the big guy. Mention your Wildcats and receive $50 off any repair at coolwillies.com. Cool Willie's is proud to be a partner of the University of Arizona Wildcats football radio broadcast. Two powerful teams working hard for you to get the job done right every day. Cool Willie's Air and Plumbing. Big enough to help, small enough to care. Remember to mention your Wildcats and receive $50 off any repair. coolwillies.com.
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock & K. Nestled at the base of the Rincon Mountain foothills. Enjoy stunning mountain views up close every day. Hit the community trails, explore local parks like Saguaro National and Colossal Cave, and mingle at private Diamond Community Park events. In the top-rated Vail School District, Rock & K is close to work, shopping, and services. Tour 11 different model homes by top-tier builders, offering move-in ready homes and special incentives. Live rockandk.com. Designed by Nature, proud U of A radio broadcast sponsor.
Does it feel like the price of everything is going up, up, up? We can't control the price of gas or groceries, but at Royal Buick GMC, we never add market adjustments, even while other dealers add fees because inventory is limited. At Royal Buick GMC, you can rest assured you won't pay market adjustments, and we stand by our transparent online pricing. Royal Buick GMC, the dealership that's different. OAC plus tax, title, license, dealer-installed options, and $529 doc fee. Royal Buick GMC, in the Auto Mall and at RoyalTucson.com.
Take a moment and think of one thing that you really wanted to do recently, but you didn't because your foot, leg, or back pain got in the way. Hi, it's Dan from the Good Feet store, and that's why we're here, to help you get back out there. Good Feet arch supports from the Good Feet store are designed to alleviate foot, knee, hip, and back pain, plus provide improved balance, more comfort, and, well, a better life. Try them for yourself with a free arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
Go to the Good Feet store at 4811 East Grant Road or at goodfeet.com.
Coach Tommy Lloyd here. Did you spend money on your AC this summer? My friends at Rightway will give you back up to $3,000 for those repairs.
That's right. No matter who did the repair, we'll buy it back for up to $3,000 towards the purchase of a new heating and air system.
No repair bills this year? No worries. We will give you up to $2,000 trade-in plus 0% interest up to 60 months. Manufacturer rebates plus 10-year parts and labor warranty on a new heating and air system.
Have an aging heating and air system? Out of warranty? We'll inspect it absolutely free. Call Rightway Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today.
Okay, kids, we're home. Everybody out.
Ew, my feet are stuck.
In what, honey?
On the floor.
Ew. Take off your shoes. Tommy, come carry your sister into the house.
What do you do when the car you use the most has the least amount of time to get clean? Let Recon Auto Detailing, Arizona's premier auto detailing company, come to you and turn your busiest car back into your best. From basic cleaning to a full detail, Recon Auto Detailing. Online at recondetail.com.
The new Blue Whale Car Wash, formerly Octopus Car Wash, is now open. They're locally owned and operated and offer many ways for you to save. Start now by downloading the Blue Whale Car Wash app. Then visit their website at bluewhalecarwashaz.com to find a location near you. Don't forget to follow them on Instagram and Facebook for even more savings. And for a limited time, their exterior-only wash is $5 at all 4 locations. Blue Whale Car Wash, proud radio sponsor of the University of Arizona Wildcats.
Make the right choice for your home when it comes to windows and doors. For more than 20 years, the Window Depot has provided the best price and biggest inventory on in-stock windows and doors. The Window Depot is open to the public, so whether you're a homeowner or a contractor, you can shop the enormous warehouse. Browse the shelves with over 1,000 vinyl windows, interior and patio doors, and skylights in several varieties and sizes available to go home today. Shop thewindowdepot.com or find a location near you. The Window Depot. Best price, biggest inventory.
The Meridian Wealth Management Countdown to Tip-Off Show continues on the home of Arizona men's basketball, Wildcats Radio 1290.
Trust me, our practice is aggressive. Especially this guy, defensively, he is pain in the ass. Like, he's so active, handsy, and guys get after each other, and that's how we got better.
Yeah, it's Umar Ballo, and the guy he's talking about is KJ Lewis, who really kind of showed some defensive skills in that red-blue game that the Arizona Wildcats had, and we had talked about whether or not KJ Lewis was going to have much of a role on this team, but he's apparently an energy force at the defensive end, and he could be a guy that sees some time on the floor just because of his ability to defend.
Yeah, I mean, he just jumps off the page, DK, if you're watching these games, just by sheer effort. I mean, his motor is unstoppable, really, really good size. It's unfortunate we've got so many new faces to cover in this first pregame show. We haven't even talked about KJ Lewis or Keyshawn Johnson. But KJ talked about how he plays with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, David Kelly, and you could tell that out there when he's running around. And also in this clip, you yourself asked him, followed up about his defensive inspiration and maybe who he might have as a comp at the next level.
I think it's definitely more of a chip, just because coming out of high school, I don't think people they underestimated me and underestimated I guess what I could bring to a team. And just talking to the coaching staff and talking to my teammates, they believe in me. So it just kind of it gives me that confidence to basically block out everybody that was a naysayer before I got here.
Describe this defense that Umar was talking about.
I think I'm a mixture of Drew Holiday, Pat Bev, and Marcus Smart. I think I just I try to find little ways to take from all their games on the defensive side, and just kind of stand out and bring that to the team. Because maybe I feel like they didn't have it last year. Somebody can be really aggressive and give effort on the defensive side. So that's what I'm trying to do.
So Drew Holiday, Marcus Smart,
Pat Beverly,
and the other guy who is very annoying. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have some inspiration, those three guys, DK, are three of the best perimeter defenders in the NBA, and you could tell this young man he means business on the defensive end. He was picking up full court in that last game, just really impressed overall with his overall game, but especially on the defensive end. He's going to be a bit of a nightmare, I think, for guards to try to get around. Big, solid frame for the freshman.
Yeah, you got to like that freshman that's coming in and bringing that kind of tenacity. I think that the one quote that Tommy said is he makes up for mistakes just with his energy.
Yeah.
At the defensive end of the floor, and so that's going to be interesting to watch as this progresses. And you mentioned also Keyshawn Johnson, a new member to this team coming from San Diego State, and interesting, graduated from San Diego State earlier this year, and the Wildcats, in fact, were at his graduation.
I have an older brother on my father's side who graduated from college, but we didn't really grow up together. So I'm my mother's first child to graduate college, and that's pretty much big to me. But kudos to also my big brother who graduated college before me. But when it comes to just being in my household, I'm the first one of them, and I'm also the youngest out of all my siblings too. So it was just a lot of people was counting on me, and for Tommy to come down to the Bay Area to celebrate that with me, it was like, okay, these guys really wanted me, and it's real genuine. So it's hard to find people like that, and I'm glad I made that decision.
I mean, we didn't, again, talk about Keyshawn Johnson, KJ Lewis, but as far as defenders on this team, DK, look no further than those two, because Keyshawn Johnson, fifth-year senior, played in the Final Four last year, pivotal player on that run by the Aztecs on the way to the Final Four. He is just a menace. He's going to be everywhere, really good rebounder, can switch out, play perimeter defensive, really strong body, obviously, as an upperclassman, really strong body, David Kelly. So I expect Keyshawn Johnson to be one of the most important players on this year's team. I just think he fills so many holes that they might have been lacking the last couple of seasons.
Well, we've got a lot of nights to talk about those guys. A lot of nights
Plenty of
coming
nights.
up.
And I can't wait to hear what Kelvin has to say about them at all.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's give you our keys to the game tonight. We both think the Wildcats are going to win big, but what's the key in that?
Wildcats fans, our keys to the game are brought to you by the Royal Automotive Group. Royal Automotive, the dealership that is different.
Well, we talked a little bit earlier, J-Dub, about the three-point shooting. This appears to be a team that is going to shoot a lot of threes. I mean, they shot, 26 in the first exhibition game, 37 or 34 in the second. So that's an average of about 30 right there, 33s. And I think that's probably where they're going to be around. I think they're going to be around a team that shoots 25 plus 3-pointers a night. And if you're going to shoot threes, you better make 40%. So that's my first key right there is knock down 40% of your threes. And if Caleb Love is going to be a guy that's going to be shooting a lot of threes, it comes in with an average of 32%. We want to see improvement from Caleb Love in that area, shooting good threes, taking good threes, and making more threes. And then I think going back to the last game, let's get that turnover number down. I don't know. I think as this team feels its way through this, I think we may see a high number of turnovers in the first few games, but I'd like that number to be more along the lines of 15 for the entire night and not 15 for the entire first half. So I'm going to say make 40% of your threes. Don't turn the ball over more than 15 times, and let's stay healthy. That's the key. Let's stay healthy going into Duke on Friday night.
Well, since I was Glenelg already once this show, I'll go ahead and be him again.
Wait, you're going to say run the ball?
Nope. I'm going to say you got to turn off the spigot, DK. And the thing is that when you play against a team that you're favored by 30-plus points against, you got to play, especially game one, and establish your style and what you're trying to do, regardless of what that other team's trying to do. And what this team is going to be primarily is an incredibly good defensive team, probably the best defensive team we've seen in I don't want to put a date on it, but in a long time. They have on paper, this Wildcat team, the chance to be one of the best defensive teams just because of the experience and the style of play. I mean, talk about Kylan, you talk about Bradley, all those guys, Keyshawn, we just talked about KJ, a lot of really good defenders on this team. So play Arizona defense as if you're playing at number 2 Duke. I want to see the defense come out tonight and just shut down Morgan State. Obviously, turnover is super important. For me, it's more about unforced errors. So if you're making passes that are out of bounds, if you're finding cutters that aren't there, those kind of things, that's a little different than if a ball gets tipped by a good defensive play. Turnovers, not all turnovers are equal. So what I would like to see is just them cut down on the mental errors. Again, it's a lot of feeling out each other's tendencies. Sometimes a guy's going to flare to the corner. Sometimes going to cut to the baseline. You got to anticipate what that's going to be, and that's where you got to lead the pass before the cut is made. That comes with time. But those bad, unforced turnovers, especially in a game like this, in a normal situation setting, you would think, oh, okay, whatever, it's Morgan State. They can have 30 turnovers. No. Friday, they have a very, very serious road game.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, it's about the mental state of getting prepared to play, number 1, lockdown defense, and number 2, taking care of the ball. No bad, unforced turnovers.
Yeah, and then that was the thing that was most disappointing against New Mexico Highlands it's one thing if you turn the ball over trying to make good plays, but some of those were just sloppy passes. And you cannot have sloppy passes ever, and especially not when you get to Durham on Friday night.
After that game, Caleb Love was asked about that, and he talked about how they're just trying to keep it simple, right? That they're really not trying to make some kind of outrageous play, because when you have this much talent and depth, DK, a lot of it's about wearing the attrition. It's about wearing the opponent down for the mid to late game, but also it's just about you have so much talent, a lot of speed, a lot of quickness, a lot of size, making a simple play, keeping the play simple, not trying to get too creative, because you don't need to be. You don't need to do that. Just strong, crisp passes and make sure the ball gets where you want it to go.
Yeah, let's hear from Caleb Love and KJ Lewis on the turnover issue that reared its head against New Mexico Highlands, in which they turned it over 15 times in the first 20 minutes of the game and 24 times on the night.
I think for sure, like, you have times where you're too unselfish, where guys have open shots that we should be taking, and Coach Law has no problem with us taking it. I think we just got to, breathe a little bit more, slow down, and, read what the defense is giving us. I think watching film and, going into practice Wednesday, we're going to clean it up a lot more and, get ready for Monday.
make the easy play. We work on that every day in practice, and we harp on it. The coaches harp on making the easy play down the stretch, and so we was just a little too careless today. And we'll look at the film, and we're gonna get better for it because and get real next week. So we'll prepare for that, and we'll be good.
All right, those are your keys to an Arizona win over Morgan State.
Wildcats fans, that's our keys to the game. Brought to you by the Royal Automotive Group. Royal Automotive, the dealership that is different.
All right, it's Arizona and Morgan State coming up at McHale Center. Again, we are taking you to the Jetfish Radio Show, which is coming up at 6:05. So we will, in fact, we'll wait and give you your starting lineups because we are coming back after the top of the hour. So we'll wait and do that then. And again, right now, if over on KTUC, Freedom 1400, you can click over there right now. Arizona women's basketball opening their season. The Wildcats are on the road at New Mexico State, and so the ladies are playing a road game to start the season. Derek Palmer has the call over there of that game right there. And then, of course, we'll join the network after the Jetfish Radio Show at 7 o'clock with tip-off from McHale Center coming up at 7:30 between the Bears and the Arizona Wildcats. Do want you to hear one more thing from head coach Tommy Lloyd before we get to the break at the top of the hour. Everybody wants to know who's playing tonight, how this whole thing with minutes is going to work, who's going to get the minutes tonight. And it's the big question that we've been asking because of the sheer number of players. And like J-Dub just said a little while ago when he talked about the second group, I mean, you've got a legit second five that could see time tonight for this Arizona Wildcats. So how are the minutes going to be doled out tonight for the Arizona Wildcats? Well, Tommy Lloyd is not really concerned about that.
I think balance and depth is going to be a strength of this team. And, I really haven't, to be honest with you, played the minute game yet because I'm going to let it play out in front of me. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to judge it by how hard we play. And, if guys can play with incredible effort for an extended period of time, they'll get more minutes. If I feel like they're better in 18 or 22 minutes, then we'll keep them in that range and have to find somebody else to fix that in. So I'm going to kind of let it play out a little bit, but I like the options we have, and I feel like everybody's put themselves in position to contribute to winning, which is positive.
The competitive nature of those practices, DK, is what's going to lead to those guys separating themselves, right? And that'll happen over time. But so much talent for Coach Lloyd to choose from.
Well, 16 players played in the last exhibition game, and of course that included all of the walk-ons. But even with that, that 16, you had, I think, 9 guys that played 10 or more minutes in that ball game. And so again, that's the one thing I think if you ask yourself what's this rotation going to look like, I think that's the big thing that everybody is wanting to know going into this season.
It'll evolve over time. However, because Duke's right around the corner, I think that what you'll see tonight is they'll try to dial it in to feel comfortable going into that game at Durham because that's a big game. So whatever lineup you see tonight, whatever kind of rotation you see, especially before the game gets out of hand, I would expect that to be similar to the next game on Friday.
All right. Speaking of the lineup, let's give you your starting lineup for the Wildcats tonight.
It's time for the starting lineup.
Now, full disclosure, we don't know that this is the actual starting lineup, but we have it sponsored, so we're going to tell you what we think is going to be the starting lineup for this ball game tonight. And we will start with your guards, and we anticipate that Tommy Lloyd is going to go with a 3-guard lineup tonight, and he will start at 1 guard, Caleb Love, a 6'4", 205-pound senior out of St. Louis, Missouri. Caleb Love comes in his college career averaging 14 points and 3 assists per game. Kylan Boswell, a 6'2", 200-pound sophomore out of Champaign, Illinois. And Kylan last year averaged 5 points and 2 rebounds for the Arizona Wildcats. And Jaden Bradley, a 6'3", 200-pound sophomore out of Rochester, New York, by way of Alabama, playing 1 season for the Tide in which he averaged 6 points and 3 assists.
Also, McDonald's All-American. We haven't talked about Jaden Bradley much, but a very, very, very good defender primarily. But, yeah, really excited about seeing him play as well.
We'll get to him on Friday for sure. As they used to say, the man in the middle, Umar Ballo, 7 foot, 260-pound senior, redshirt senior out of Mali. And Umar last year had a tremendous season for the Arizona Wildcats as he averaged well over 13 points per ball game. In fact, averaging 14 points and 9 rebounds in 27 minutes. And then your forward is Keshad Johnson, another transfer, 6'7", 225-pound senior out of Oakland, California, by way of San Diego State, where he played for 4 seasons and averaged 6 points and 4 rebounds with the Aztecs. And real quick, J-Dub, interesting thing, 5 transfers could be in this rotation this year. 5 guys that didn't start their career at the University of Arizona.
It's the portal era, my friend. It's the portal era.
It is, indeed. All right, that's going to wrap up our show for today. And again, Jetfish Radio Show is coming up at the top of the hour, 6:05. That'll take you to 7. Brian Jeffries and company will take you after that, right up to tip-off at 7:30. Thanks to J-Dub. Most of all, thanks to you for listening. Bear down, Arizona. It's the Wildcats and the Morgan State Bears. We'll talk to you after the game on the Meridian Wealth Management postgame show. Enjoy it, folks.
This hour of the Meridian Wealth Management pregame show is brought to you by Broadway in Tucson, Dave & Buster's Tucson, Dorado Rock, First Choice Pools, The Good Feet Store, Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care, O'Reilly Chevrolet, Ram Plumbing, Restaurant Supply Store, Right Way Heating, Cooling and Plumbing, Rocking KA Master Plan Community Design by Nature, University Termite and Pest Control.
What do you mean, trenchless?
Means no trench.
But it's the sewer line.
And they did it without ruining my yard.
The yard we're standing in?
The very same.
I don't know if I trust that.
I trust that because I trust them.
Them?
Ram Plumbing.
Locally owned and operated Ram Plumbing, offering a comprehensive range of plumbing services from fixtures to installation to trenchless sewer replacement. Turn to Tucson's most trusted plumber. When your plumbing's in trouble, call Ram on the double. Online at bestplumbertucson.com.
As Arizona's leading personal injury law firm for more than 30 years, Goldberg & Osborne agrees, bear down, Arizona. With offices statewide, including 5 in Tucson and Southern Arizona, the Eagle gives you home field advantage. More than 1,800 5-star Google reviews prove Goldberg & Osborne has the playbook for any situation. So after any accident, let the attorneys voted best personal injury law firm tackle that insurance company and get you the settlement you deserve. Goldberg & Osborne, 1-800-THE-EAGLE.
Are you ready to adopt? Come to the Humane Society of Southern Arizona. When you adopt from us, you will save more than one life. You'll also make room for the next pet in need. The Humane Society of Southern Arizona has been compassionately serving pets and the people who love them since 1944. Our knowledgeable adoption matchmakers will help you find the right pet for your home and support you after you adopt. We are open 7 days a week at our main campus at 635 West Roger Road. Learn more and see adoptable pets at hssaz.org.
Cantina nachos, strawberry watermelon margaritas, a few zombie kills, and all your favorite sports teams live? When your day calls for some winning, it's time for Dave & Buster's, where you can eat, drink, play, and watch all the sports you want. They've got massive HD TVs, hundreds of the hottest new games, a chef-crafted menu, and an incredible list of beers, wines, and cocktails. So remember, if your day calls for a little victory, a little triumph, a little win, it's probably calling for Dave & Buster's.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Here's an important message from University Termite and Pest Control. The weather is getting cooler here, and so rodents will be seeking alternative housing. Do you need a professional? Call University Termite and Pest Control, 886-4146. They've been serving Tucson since 1974. You can be assured University Termite and Pest Control will keep you pest-free using the most responsible products and application methods. 28 school districts, 3 hospitals, 2 colleges, 1 university, and thousands of homeowners trust University Termite and Pest Control. You can too. Call University Termite and Pest Control today at 886-4146 or go to bepestfree.com.
What up, Tucson? This is Joseph Blair, former Wildcat and assistant coach of the Washington Wizards. When I came to play basketball at the U of A in the 90s, the Tucson community became and has always remained a special part of my life. And this is why I proudly joined the Meridian Wealth Management Tucson Advisory Business Council. If you have financial questions or concerns, please be sure and call my friends Natalie or Ruben Fernandez at 719-1433 or visit online at Meridian Wealth LLC. And as always, bear down, Tucson.
Advisory services provided by Meridian Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
Sean Furrier for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. For some of you, the cooler overnight temperatures will be just enough to trigger your tire's low-pressure warning light. In most cases, you can solve the problem simply by adding the correct amount of air to your tires. This month, mention this ad, and with the purchase of any new tire pressure sensor, we'll install it in your wheel and rebalance your tire absolutely free. You'll find even more specials to get you road trip ready at jackfurriers.com. We're here to get you there.
I thought learning a language would be too much work, but Babbel makes learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, and soon you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
Babbel isn't robots talking. You learn words and phrases from real native speakers. I was ready for real-life conversations in just a few weeks. So easy.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I thought learning a language would be too much work, but Babbel makes learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, and soon you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
Babbel isn't robots talking. You learn words and phrases from real native speakers. I was ready for real-life conversations in just a few weeks. So easy.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Tucson area attorneys. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Today on Hey Culligan's Smart Home, Smarter Water Softener. Here's Kevin.
Hey Culligan, can a smart water softener lift those heavy salt bags for me?
Kevin, it can.
Wait, it can?
Yep, the smart high-efficiency water softener from Culligan can alert your dealer when the salt needs to be replaced, and they'll do it for you, so your water stays soft and you stay away from lifting the bags.
I mean, I could lift them if I wanted.
No judgment here, Kevin. We're happy to do it, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale is on, with limited quantity deals on top tech. Save on select PCs powered by the latest 12th Gen Intel Core processors, like thin and light XPS 13 laptops, Inspiron laptops, and 2-in-1s. Plus, get savings on select accessories, free shipping, and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Save
I don't
today
have an
by
intro.
calling
DK's trying to find
877
it.
Ask Dell. That's 877 Ask Dell.
All right, coming up.
All right, welcome everybody to Union Public House. It's Monday night, time to talk Wildcat football. Great to have you along here as we spend the next few minutes with head coach Jed Fish. Cats coming off their third straight win. A win over UCLA 27-10 on Saturday night at the stadium, and now it's on to Boulder for a game against Colorado coming up on Saturday. That's a noon game, by the way, at Folsom Field on Saturday. It's going to be a nice day. Be nice and cool, perfect football weather. Just 3 games left in the regular season. At Colorado, the home game to Utah, which, by the way, no kickoff time has been selected as yet. That's going to be announced on Sunday. And then the finale, of course, will be up in Tempe against ASU to wrap up the season. So that's how things look. We will talk about this last week's game. We'll look ahead, of course, to the matchup with the Buffaloes in Boulder, a place the Wildcats have had some success, but then 2 years ago they didn't have any. Didn't score any points at all. But last year Arizona beat Colorado here, so looking forward to the next one between the Cats and the Buffaloes coming up on Saturday. Arizona number 23 in the AP poll this week, and as you know, the Wildcats are headed to a bowl game. How about that? First time since 2017, and of course we'll find out that selection coming up here in a few weeks, and you can get better and better the more you win. So, Coach, here's the number for you. 2,198 days. 2,198 days.
And that was the last time that we went to a bowl game?
That's the last time that we said we were going to a bowl game, yes. It's been that long. So
okay.
It's great. So
well, the good part is that we still get to play 3 more games.
Yeah.
And, like it's one of those weird scenarios that like you celebrate it's like clinching the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And then you start playing for seeding.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm going to talk to the team about on tomorrow, is that when you wind up, no matter where you are, and our players love professional sports. They love the NBA more than anything in the world. And you start looking at, where you are, you're constantly playing for seeds. And for us right now, we're now playing for seeding. And seeding actually terms, where you go play, what bowl game you go play at. So these 3 games are critical to the future of Arizona football, where we are. And we're excited that we got the chance to get in the playoffs, and now it's going to be a matter of what happens next.
Every bowl game is good. It's a great reward for the teams that get to play that extra game every year. But the more you win, the more prestigious that bowl becomes in terms of exposure and all kinds of things that go into it. So as you said, winning this week, the following week, it only enhances what this team has done. All right, well, let's talk about UCLA, first of all, before we talk about Colorado. Just a tremendous performance on Saturday night, 27-10. All 3 phases had a part in that victory, which I know always makes the coach happy. And let's start on the defensive end. Jacob Manu, we never will take him for granted, but he had 12 more tackles, tied a career high. That's why you can't hear yourself. I unplugged that. Tied a career high, and one of the leaders in tackles in the Pac-12. And it wasn't just Jacob, though. We talked to you after the ball game about Deuce Davis, Russell Davis, who had his best game as a Wildcat. And to shut down UCLA and hold them to 10 points and under 300 yards of offense was something else.
Yeah, it was. And to be at, I think we have 270 yards of offense, something like that. One touchdown drive, really, at the end of the half. And then other than that, our defense they played spectacular. They swarmed the ball. You look at some of the pass breakups. You look at some of the I thought Prysock had a great game. Yeah. Obviously had a blocked field goal, but on top of that, did some other great things. Traden Stukes really becoming hard to throw on. And just all in all, and then the way we tackled. You could what our team has become is a really good tackling team. And if you're a good tackling team, it makes it a lot harder to move the ball.
Does the tackling come from just the physical nature that your team likes to play with? And you've talked a lot this season about we are a physical football team. Do they go hand in hand?
Yeah, our guys love contact. And it's discipline, being in the right position. It's fundamentals on how to tackle. We do a tackling drill every single day from the first day of spring ball till the last day of the season. Every Tuesday practice, Wednesday practice, Thursday practice, whether we're in shorts, whether we're in shoulder pads, whether we're in full pads, we're always practicing the fundamentals of tackling. And that doesn't mean you always have to put them on the ground, but you got to be in position. And what I've noticed about our team is they know how to tackle and they know how to swarm the ball. And the more people you have around the ball, the better you have of getting more tacklers involved.
All right, I wanted to ask you about the secondary as a whole. You mentioned Prysock. Had the blocked field goal, almost thought he had an interception. We all thought he had an interception there until we saw it on video. But let's go through the secondary and the part that they have had in all of this. We know that front seven has done a great job. You mentioned swarming to the ball, holding running attacks down. But the secondary's done its job not only in that area, but again against some of these really good quarterbacks that throw the ball a lot.
Yeah, it was. I thought he had an interception too until I saw that replay that his knee barely touched the ground before that left his hand. But what was pretty cool about the interception, he competed for that ball with that receiver because he threw it in the direction of the receiver. I think that having those two corners that are 6'3" makes it really hard to complete passes on them. Yeah. They're just so long, and and then every day they practice against T-Mac and Jacob Cowan. So you're practicing against two of the best receivers in the country. So you're getting better just by practice.
Are you getting beat and then getting better?
Both.
Yeah, okay.
But they're winning a lot, too.
Yeah.
These guys are winning.
Okay.
They're winning, and they're making Jacob better, making T-Mac better, and Montana better. And Stukes is always jumping up going against Cowling, and Ephesians always jumping up going against T-Mac, and then Takario always jumping up going against Montana, and then they're rotating. And but I think, our whole secondary, our safeties, Dalton Johnson, from where he was last year to where he is currently, talk about stepping up and just playing outstanding football. And then Gunnar Maldonado has had a terrific second half of this season and is really playing safety the way you're supposed to. Great communicator, not letting anything get behind you.
When you win, practice is fun. When you lose, it's more difficult. But you really talked about, I want to go back to, the Washington USC, that 2 weeks in there, because even though those were losses, I remember you sitting here saying, our guys are coming to practice hungry, and they want to get better. There was a positive attitude there. Some teams might lose that in a stretch like that. Did you kind of see a seed there, and then what has progressed since then that has made it more fun for them?
Well, now practice has become like recess.
Okay.
If I could use that word,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
And it's that, in school when that when that bell rings, how excited you get to go outside. That's how these guys are right now. And when you get to those situations that you get to go out there and compete, you just have a blast. You have a blast with it, and then you keep making practice better. You keep making it more competitive. You keep seeing those guys get after it, and now it's a matter of we had our hardest practice in terms of the analytics last Tuesday. Not even intentionally. It was just the efforts that these guys put in while we were out there.
Do you ever think about maybe setting up a tether ball and maybe
Playtime,
jungle gym, or whatever you call the thing.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I just thought maybe recess. That's
No.
that's what I think of. So, kickball. No. All right.
No.
All right. Cats and Buffalo's coming up Saturday. We're Union Public House with head coach Jed Fish. More in a moment. This is Wildcat Football from Learfield.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
You know how we Wildcats love our games. And there's no place better, closer, or safer to game than Desert Diamond Casinos. Filled with hundreds of the newest, loosest slots, dozens of your favorite table games, and superior food and beverage options. Desert Diamond is the #1 destination for your free time fun festivities. Bear down for the best time in Tucson. Go to Desert Diamond Casinos. Go Cats!
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock & K. Nestled at the base of the Rincon Mountain foothills. Enjoy stunning mountain views up close every day. Hit the community trails, explore local parks like Saguaro National and Colossal Cave, and mingle at private Diamond Community Park events. In the top-rated Vail School District, Rock & K is close to work, shopping, and services. Tour 11 different model homes by top-tier builders, offering move-in-ready homes and special incentives. Live rockandk.com. Designed by Nature, proud U of A radio broadcast sponsor.
Coach Tommy Lloyd here. Did you spend money on your AC this summer? My friends at Rightway will give you back up to $3,000 for those repairs.
That's right. No matter who did the repair, we'll buy it back for up to $3,000 towards the purchase of a new heating and air system.
No repair bills this year? No worries. We will give you up to $2,000 trade-in plus 0% interest up to 60 months. Manufacturer rebates plus 10-year parts and labor warranty on a new heating and air system.
Have an aging heating and air system? Out of warranty? We'll inspect it absolutely free. Call Rightway Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today.
Touchdown! Arizona lands at home, down the lane.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Arizona Sports Network.
The 1997 national champions, your Arizona Wildcats.
University of Arizona Wildcat football is on the air. This is the Jed Fish Radio Show on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield. Live from Union Public House at the corner of River and Campbell in St. Philip's Plaza in Tucson. With head coach Jed Fish, here's the voice of the Wildcats, Brian Jeffries.
All right, we continue on here on a Monday night, as we do every Monday night, to talk Wildcat football. Arizona going to Boulder, a little north of the Mile High City, to take on the Buffaloes on Saturday. By the way, Noah Fafita, another outstanding game, 300 yards passing on Saturday. Pac-12 Freshman of the Week for the fourth time this season, which has tied an all-time record, by the way, since they've been handing
4 times in a row.
Yeah, 4 times. Crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. 4 times in a row that he's a Pac-12 Freshman of the Week.
Is he playing with, blinders on? I mean, is he blocked out?
I thought he was when he threw that first ball.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, you can say that. I can't. Okay. But
other than that, I don't. He did throw 1 incompletion the whole second half.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, 1 incompletion the whole second half. The fourth quarter is his quarter. Yeah. He's been incredible in the fourth quarter in every game, and it's unbelievable actually. And one ball that he missed. Other than that, I thought he played fantastic. 78% completion, I think.
He's now second in the nation in completion percentage, behind the guy at Oregon.
Yeah. So, and I think he added 3 more touchdowns to his total. So he's sitting in a good spot there in touchdowns as well. I saw a stat the other day. I don't know if you saw it, that we've only had 6 3-and-outs all year.
I didn't know that, but I'll make a note of it right now. 6 3-and-outs all year.
Yeah, number 1 in the nation.
Okay.
Georgia's number 2. So we've had 87 series and 6 3-and-outs. And that's pretty efficient ball by those quarterbacks.
No kidding. Well, now, I guess I'm going to go back to my question about Noah, and that is that sometimes when good things like this start to happen and the hype going on and the noise and everything, how has he been able to block that out?
Those blinders you were talking
about. Yes.
Brian. He is. We talk about it. We have a saying around here: be allergic to the big meal.
Okay.
And Noah is that. Noah's not looking for steak and lobster right now. Noah's just coming to work, doing his deal. He has it starts with his family. His family's incredible. Starts with the way he focuses. He's the same guy every day. He was the same guy when he wasn't playing. He was prepared. He was in control. He was confident. And players rally behind him. He's really, I think those are what it makes his blinders, is that he has such great belief in himself that he doesn't need someone to tell him how great he is, right? And he doesn't need to have people question if he is good enough. He just knows what he knows, and he lives his life that way.
Well, it's a great run, and let's keep it going on Saturday. All right, you mentioned fourth quarter, and I was just looking back at this 3-game win streak. Your team has outscored the last three opponents 38-14 in the fourth quarter, and total yardage of 353 to 198. So winning time, fourth quarter, your guys are doing it. I mean, I don't want to say what's the difference, but how do they get that mentality to play that well in the fourth quarter?
Well, I always start with our strength coach because we spent the whole spring talking about, the fourth quarter. And we were going to win the fourth quarter, and we were going to condition to be ready to win the fourth quarter. And we were going to focus in every final sprint, let's call it the last couple sprints, we're going to be, this is for the fourth quarter. This is to see how good we can be. How physical can we be when the game is on the line? And that kind of carried into spring ball. That carried into all summer conditioning. We talked about everything is winning in the fourth quarter. You don't win the game in the first, second, or third quarter. And then you could see our guys have responded to that. And the best thing about our team is we get what we emphasize. We emphasize red zone offense and red zone defense, and we emphasize fourth quarter conditioning. And I think we've seen that from our guys.
Okay, so speaking of the red zone, what do the analytics say about 33 consecutive red zone opportunities that you've now completed?
Yeah, I mean, we're 8th in the country in red zone offense, 94%. Last year, 87th, something like that. Defensively, I think we're 9th in the country on defense. I think we're 8th and 9th, one of them, both of them. And we're top 10 in red zone offense and top 10 in red zone defense. And that's a winning formula. And our defense, they were 2 for 5. UCLA was 40% in the red zone. You keep a team to 40% in the red zone, you're in a good spot. So our defense is really thriving and taking great pride in defending every inch of the field.
All right, one more question about UCLA. And they came in as a team that not only ran the ball well, they stopped the run very well. I mean, that's been their bread and butter. So can you give us any insight, game plan, et cetera, why your team was able to, stop them from running the ball, and then your team doubled. They were giving up 63 yards a game, and your team had 129. So you double what they normally give up.
Yeah, well, I would say this. First of all, we knew we had to stop the run. So to talk about on the defensive side first, our defense, we put Martell Irby in the box. We made him a linebacker for the game. They had a very hard time blocking him, finding him, figuring out where he was. Our defensive front, from Tyler Manoa to Bill Norton to Tia Savea, the way they played, as we know, Manu had a fantastic game. I thought the ends had a great game. Russell Davis, Taylor Upshaw, Isaiah Ward. And they just swarmed the ball. They swarmed the ball, set the edge, and tackled. Offensively, our backs, our offensive line, are taking great pride in running the football right now. And they like to get the ball handed to them. They like contact, and they're not afraid to run a guy over.
Speedy Luke touched the ball once. It was a heck of a touch, though.
That was a good one, right?
That was a good one, I tell you what.
66 yards,
66 yards, and I mean, his nickname was very apt in that play because he didn't need a whole lot of room. And when he found a space, I mean, they were chasing him, it seemed, all day. So
yeah, he put the Jets on.
He did. Cats and Buffalo Saturday. We're at Union Public House. More coming up in a moment. This is Wildcat Football from Learfield.
Hey, Wildcat fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better-tasting, healthier protein beverage, Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy a hike, jog, yoga class, or simply cheering on the Cats, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made in Arizona, this high-quality protein beverage helps you get the results you want, and it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy case. Rockin' Protein, proud to be the official protein beverage of the Arizona Wildcats. Bear down.
Ready to reach your financial goals? Hughes Federal Credit Union can help you protect and grow your savings with high rates on tiered money market accounts that outperform the market statewide. We offer competitive rates based on your deposit amount. You can withdraw your money at any time without a penalty. Plus, you can feel safe knowing your principal balance is fully insured. Stop by a branch or visit hughesfcu.org/moneymarket today. Hughes Federal Credit Union. We take you further. Insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply.
Here's an important message from University Termite and Pest Control. The weather is getting cooler here, and so rodents will be seeking alternative housing. Do you need a professional? Call University Termite and Pest Control, 886-4146. They've been serving Tucson since 1974. You can be assured University Termite and Pest Control will keep you pest-free using the most responsible products and application methods. 28 school districts, 3 hospitals, 2 colleges, 1 university, and thousands of homeowners trust University Termite and Pest Control. You can too. Call University Termite and Pest Control today at 886-4146 or go to bepestfree.com.
Hi, this is Natalie Fernandez-Lee, President of Meridian Wealth Management. As a fiduciary investment firm, our clients have trusted us to guide them down their financial paths for decades. Whether you are an individual or family, business, foundation, or nonprofit, we are committed to your long-term goals and financial futures. We are proud supporters of the Tucson community and all that makes our city so special. Visit online at meridianwealthllc.com to learn more about Meridian.
Advisory services provided by Meridian Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
All right, welcome back again. Union Public House, Monday night, talking Wildcat football, Arizona, Colorado, coming up on Saturday in Boulder. That game is sold out, as Buffaloes have sold out all their games this year because of the coaching change there and everything that has gone along with that. Colorado coming off a loss this past week to Oregon State at home. I know, I don't know if nobody asked you today at your press conference, but Jed, do you know Deion Sanders at all?
I do.
Okay.
We were together for 2 or 3 years in Baltimore when he was a player. Okay. I was coaching there, and he was great. I got to see him a couple of times through the media days and whatnot. It was great to catch back up with him and have a very good relationship with him and think the world of him. And he was a fantastic player, and he's done a great job. He's done a great job of coaching his team and getting his team ready to go and bringing great energy into his program. And we know we're going to have a great challenge on Saturday because of those guys believe in his messaging.
Yeah. When he got done with everything, pro sports, baseball, football, etc., media, and he took that coach. First of all, he did some high school coaching. Yeah. And then he went down to Jackson State and did some great things there. I don't know if you had an eye. Did you probably knew that he was having success down there. Did that surprise you? Did you ever think that he would go into head coaching at the college level?
No, I don't think that anything surprises me with Deion because he's been successful in everything he's ever done. And, when he decided to go into coaching and you heard about it, of course you're always going to have a little eye on it. And then he was able to get Travis Hunter to go down there and his son to go down there. And they had great success. And then when there was a lot of talk last year that he was going to take one of these jobs. So kind of always keep your eye open to see where he was going to head to. And when he chose to come to Colorado, I know it was going to be a great challenge for all of us that he's now going to be in the Pac-12 and then Big 12.
All right, so you mentioned Travis Hunter, maybe one of the more dynamic players in the country. He plays both sides of the ball, outstanding wide receiver. We see him on defense a lot. I mean, how do you stack him up just talent-wise when you watch him on film? Yeah,
I mean, he's a very talented two-way player. He played something like 140-something snaps in one game and then maybe 129 in another, and then he was out for a few games to injury, and then he came back, and I don't know if his numbers are that high right now. But they put him in when they need a catch, for sure. He plays almost every snap on defense at corner. As a matter of fact, he went against T-Mac in the Polynesian Bowl.
Okay.
He was the corner, and T-Mac was the receiver in the Polynesian Bowl a couple years ago. And so we know him. We know how good and talented he is, and he's quick and fast and has great eyes. And, he'll be a great challenge.
All right, well, speaking of the NFL, they made Deion Sanders made a coaching change this past week. Prior to the Oregon State game, Pat Shurmur taking over as their coordinator. He's calling the plays now. He had been an analyst up until last week before the Oregon State game, as I mentioned. And Pat's an NFL guy, of course. He's been a couple NFL teams. He was the Broncos last year, maybe the year before. I don't remember the timeline. I'm guessing you've had contact with him
well.
as well.
Yeah, I know Pat well, and he was Vic Fangio's offensive coordinator at Denver.
Okay.
And he was the head coach of the New York Giants. Mm-hmm. And then I've known him for many years at many different places. I actually recruited his son to play quarterback when we were at Michigan. And then so I know Pat, and he's a very good coach. And I know that seems like they've changed a little in the one game. Now, obviously, the second game you might change a little bit more. But, you're week 9 into the season, so you're not going to see monster changes. Right. But he certainly is a very talented play caller and coach, and we're going to have to make sure that we're prepared for a lot of different things for this game.
Well, I think you just answered my question. That is, at this point of the season, you can't make drastic changes, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have, you have 20 hours a week, and 3 of them is your game. So you have 17 hours a week, and we've spent, endless amounts of hours putting in our systems. To try to put in a different system would almost be impossible. So you could put a little flavor on things, as I like to say, change a couple things here or there, but not a full-on, complete change.
Ray Polito was back after sitting out a few weeks with the injury. How did he grade out in his role?
Yeah, he had a good, it's good to get him back and good to get him get his feet back wet. And now he's ready to roll. He's comfortable, ready to play all the snaps if we choose to do that. And I think, there's some things that he needs to fix that they all do in their first couple games that they're playing. Even now, everyone's got stuff to fix. But he's a big body, really good, very talented offensive lineman. And to have him on the field will make a big difference.
How about the job Leif Magnuson has done, having to get into that position and do what he did? And it just seems like, you know better than I, obviously. If I don't see him ever making mistakes. He just goes out and plays well.
Yeah, usually what happens is if you don't see him making mistakes, that's a good thing.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's the old, Leif Magnuson missed the block or whatever you would be saying, right? And you weren't saying that.
Right.
So that's the positive, right? And that's what you're looking for. You're looking to be not noticed as an offensive lineman.
All right.
Not to be noticed.
Yes. Well, and getting Polito back now, that just adds more depth to that offensive line, which has really been tremendous. And I promised not to talk about UCLA, but I wanted to ask, and we talked about it last week before the game, and that is UCLA's 2 rush ends, 2 of the best in the Pac-12. Your 2 offensive tackles, 2 of the best in the country. What was that matchup like when you went back and looked at it?
Oh, it was a heck of a matchup. That's for sure. There was a lot of it was a heavyweight fight in a lot of ways. There was a lot of plays that went back and forth. And I think Jordan graded out as the highest graded offensive lineman in the Pac-12, I heard, on Pro Football Focus. So he really held his own there. And then I thought Jonah had a great game as well.
All right, Cats and the Buffs this week. More with head coach Jed Fish in a moment. This is Wildcat Football from Learfield.
Union Public House is a proud partner of Arizona Athletics and the site of the weekly Jed Fish radio show. Every Monday night starting at 6 p.m., airing now through November. We will be extending our social hour menu until 7 p.m., which includes draft craft specials and pub food features. We look forward to seeing families, friends, and Wildcats on Mondays. Union Public House, located in the St. Philip's Plaza on Campbell and River. Bear down.
You know how we Wildcats love our games. And there's no place better, closer, or safer to game than Desert Diamond Casinos. Filled with hundreds of the newest, loosest slots, dozens of your favorite table games, and superior food and beverage options. Desert Diamond is the #1 destination for your free time fun festivities. Bear down for the best time in Tucson. Go to Desert Diamond Casinos. Go Cats!
The Dugout Sports Bar and Grill. Tucson's newest sports bar is a great place for fun for the whole family. Located at 4880 East 22nd Street, they have something for everyone. Batting cages, arcade games, pool tables, darts, amazing food with a full bar and daily food and drink specials. Their extensive food menu includes all your favorites like burgers, pizza, and wings. But they'll take it a step further to include great sandwiches like the Reuben and the Dugout Club. And don't forget about the Dugout hot dogs. They also have 20 TVs, so you're sure to find a game that you want to watch. Just ask the friendly staff there to turn it on for you. That's the Dugout Sports Bar and Grill, located at 4880 East 22nd Street. Check them out at thedugoutbarandgrill.com.
And this Friday, we have a sweet deal for you from the Dugout Sports Bar and Grill. You can get a $50 gift certificate for just $25. And this sweet deal will go on sale this Friday morning at 8:30 at WildcatsRadio1290.com.
All right, welcome back. Union Public House here on Monday night. 3 games left in the regular season. The biggest one is this Saturday up in Boulder against the Colorado Buffaloes. Coach, a couple questions from the audience. Randy says that the last 2 years missed tackles was an issue. What do you attribute as the reason for the difference in improvement, especially tackling?
Well, I think a number of things. Number one, I would say, is that we're in a position where we've gotten bigger, stronger, faster. That's always a big difference when it comes to tackling. Number two is we've worked on our fundamentals more and more and more, so we're in great body position to make tackles. And then the third one is, we've gotten better. And when you get better, those things happen. We swarm to the ball. One thing about our film is you're going to see a lot of bodies around the body, and that's the goal. We want to be able to freeze it and see 6 or 7 bodies right around that.
All right, Kevin would like to know, what do the opposing coaches say at the end of the game besides good game?
Yeah, usually that's about it. At the end of the game. Yeah, they don't. That's usually what I say. I say good luck the rest of the way. Good game, good job.
That's it.
Good luck the rest of the way. Stay healthy.
I mean, there's some guys you know better than others.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing guys that you've known for a number of years, you might say a little more. Guys you don't know very well, it's good game. Right.
Yeah, and I think really, you talk a little bit before the game.
Okay.
And guys that you know well or that you have relationships with, usually just touch base with them on Sunday. Make a call, and there's so much happening at the end of the game. You got to go take care of your team. He's got to take care of his team. You got to get your messaging. How are you going to address the team?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's an important part, that locker room. Whatever happens, right? You have to be ready to share a message with those guys, and that's the last thing they're going to hear until they see you on Sunday afternoon.
All right, so when you got into the locker room and the team got there, and of course the fans were out on the field, it was just a great scene once again at Arizona Stadium. You mind telling us how you got the game ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened was we've been giving out game balls to, our players each week, and then if there's a coach that happened to have coached at the other program or played for the other program, Johnny Nansen, for example, at Washington State, we gave him a game ball when we won that one. Jaden, obviously, Washington State, game ball. And you've got, all the different parts of it. Well, we went in there and we, gathered up and said a prayer. And then I was about to go into, we bowling, and before I could get into it, Coach Scotty Graham interrupted the party and decided that this was a game that he was going to give me a game ball. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. And you got that. Is it you got a case for it yet? Or
yeah, we've got I haven't put it in a case yet. I still have to locate where Austin put it. But the game ball is right now, I think, underneath his desk about to get framed.
All right. Well, that'll be a special one to keep. All right, we've got a couple players here tonight. Tell us who we got and the impact they've had.
Yeah, our 2 starting corners are here. And the Twin Towers, I like to call them. Some people know it as Ralph Sampson and Akeem Olajuwon, right?
Yeah.
But this is Takario Davis and Ephesians Pricesock. And those guys have both members of the 22 class. So they're both sophomores, because I think they both played more than 4 games last year, so they're both in their second year of college, and have done just an amazing job. They've started every game at corner. They're our right and left corner. They're really getting better every single week. They've embraced the opportunity to play. When you're a defense that plays a lot of single safety, one safety in the middle of the field, post safety, then you've got some great challenges out on the island. And Takario and Ephesians have some great challenges out there, and they embrace it, and they love it, and they're playing fantastic football.
Takario has now broken up a pass in 7 straight games. That's a heck of a number there to get. What does it take? Why has he been so effective? I guess both those guys, but Takario's got that run going right now where he's able to track those balls down.
Yeah, I think first of all, that's the most important part about playing corner is to not allow any catches, right? So pass breakups are huge for us, and interceptions, and making plays on the ball and making tackles. But he's just been in great position, and when you have great body position and you're able to just knock the ball down, his length shows up. And the coolest part about these two guys is I don't know if you remember the NAU game when we were 14-3, and then they were going to kick a field goal to make it 14-6. Takario is the one that scooped and scored on the field goal. And then this past week, when they were trying to score their first field goal, Ephesians is the one that blocked the field goal. So you got not just contribution on defense, you got great contributions in special teams.
Cats in Colorado coming up Saturday. More with head coach Jed Fish in a moment. This is Wildcat Football from Learfield.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
You know how we Wildcats love our games, and there's no place better, closer, or safer to game than Desert Diamond Casinos. Filled with hundreds of the newest, loosest slots, dozens of your favorite table games, and superior food and beverage options. Desert Diamond is the #1 destination for your free time fun festivities. Bear down for the best time in Tucson. Go to Desert Diamond Casinos. Go Cats!
It's $1 Million Pro Football Frenzy. Play daily to win rewards and earn entries for monthly drawings. Pick enough winners all season, and you can win up to $1 million. Visit our website to get in the game. It's $1 Million Pro Football Frenzy, only at Desert Diamond West Valley, Tucson, and Sahuarita.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Bet with your head nod over it. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
All right, welcome back to Union Public House here in Tucson. Great place to be on Monday nights. And, of course, the time change. Everybody else changed their time, so now the Monday night game is an hour later. So they are in the first quarter now, and 7-0 Chargers.
That's why I was confused. I couldn't figure out where the game was, and then I realized everyone else changed the time.
Everybody else, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with the rest of the country.
That's right.
They had to just follow us. Okay, Colorado. So they throw the ball. It's interesting you brought your corners down here because I imagine that they're going to see a lot of action this week.
They're going to have a great challenge this week. They're going to be playing a wide open offense. One in which those guys embrace. But we're going to be seeing 4 wide receivers out on the field most of the time. And, the running back is a pass-catching running back. So we got to be ready for that. And then Shador certainly is an outstanding quarterback. So they're going to be I think they're averaging 40-something passes a game, and that's what we got to be ready for.
All right, Cats in Buffalo's coming up. Let's see here. We had another question that came in, and okay. All right, past 2 games gave up quick scores at the end of the half. Are we going to a prevent defense on those?
No. The situations were a little different. One was we were up 10, so at the end of the game against Oregon State, and then the other one was the end of the half when we were up about 14-0. But so one was the end of the second quarter, one was the end of the fourth. But we don't want to do that. We want to get stops in that situation. We don't want to have any concentration breaks. We don't want to allow a team to go throw it 4 or 5 times in a row and hit some big plays or scramble around and make a play. So, we're cognizant of that, and we're looking into that, and we're working on that. But we don't really use the word prevent defense, kind of like it used to be used, but we clearly have to do a good job of not allowing that to happen.
All right, Victor would like to know how much positive energy did Gronk bring to the team? We know what he brought to the stadium. How about to the team?
Yeah, Gronk's great. He was around our team a little bit. He was certainly in the locker room before the game and very excited about being here. The walk was great. I thought the Wildcat walk was the best it's been all year, or really all 3 years. The energy around it, the people that were packed in waiting for the walk to happen. I hope we get that again. Utah week. We don't know what time we're playing yet.
No.
We won't find that out for another week. But hopeful it's an afternoon game. But whenever they decide to tell us to play, we'll play. And hopefully the fans will be out in full force for our last home game of the 23 season.
All right, one more here from the audience, and that is...
I can't believe that, by the way, Brian.
I know it. Well, when you're winning, it goes pretty fast, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't believe that, we're 4 days away from getting on a plane, 5 days away from playing a game again, and then we got one home game left on the year.
On the year.
It's really amazing, actually.
But here's the other side of the coin. You have at least 4 more games to play instead of 3, which is...
As we said today, our number one goal is to play 13 or more games. And we were able to accomplish that.
Absolutely. All right. One more here before the break. President Robbins seems to be behind you all the time. What does his support, the president of the university, what does his support mean to the program?
Jerry Jones? Are you referring to Jerry Jones? He's fantastic, and it's so funny. He loves it, loves football, is the greatest supporter of our program. It's so much fun to have him on the sidelines. Our kids love it. He's high-fiving our players. He's high-fiving our assistant coaches. He's questioning whether or not I'm going to go for it on 4th down or not. And I think it's just, what a great message to your student athletes that the president of the university is standing there and he's got your back. And how cool is that for these kids? We've had our best GPA 6 semesters in a row now since I've been here. Every semester gets better. So when our players can be great students and athletes, what an awesome supporter to have the president there.
Yeah, it's great having him around. And I tell you what, the president of any university has a lot of things on his plate. And I don't know how much he sleeps, but I know he loves Arizona sports, and it's great support for the entire athletic department. All right, we'll be back and get our final thoughts from head coach Jed Fish in a moment. This is Wildcat Football from Learfield.
Fubo is the official streaming platform of Arizona Athletics. With Fubo, you can watch every Pac-12 game, plus more college and pro sports, shows, movies, and news on over 350 live TV channels. Stream it live on your TV, phone, and other devices. No cable required. The best part? You can try Fubo for free. There's no contract or commitment. To start watching, just go to FuboTV.com. That's FUBOTV.com.
The sound of an ice-cold Corona is music to my ears. Oh, run that back. Dope. Now drop that beat. And hit me with the hook, player. Hey, whatever you do with your fine life, just do you, player. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Coach Tommy Lloyd here. Did you spend money on your AC this summer? My friends at Rightway will give you back up to $3,000 for those repairs.
That's right. No matter who did the repair, we'll buy it back for up to $3,000 towards the purchase of a new heating and air system.
No repair bills this year? No worries. We will give you up to $2,000 trade-in plus 0% interest up to 60 months. Manufacturer rebates plus 10-year parts and labor warranty on a new heating and air system.
Have an aging heating and air system? Out of warranty? We'll inspect it absolutely free. Call Rightway Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today.
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock & Kay. Nestled at the base of the Rincon Mountain foothills. Enjoy stunning mountain views up close every day. Explore natural open space, a network of connecting trails, and a community park within the Vale School District. Visit Lennar's 2 communities in Rock & Kay with home savings up to $35,000 and limited time interest rate and closing cost incentives on select move-in ready homes. LiveRockandK.com. Designed by Nature, proud U of A radio broadcast sponsor.
All right, our last couple minutes here at Union Public House with head coach Jed Fish before the Cats head to Boulder on Saturday. That is a noon kickoff at Folsom Field. And then it's home to Utah, then up to Tempe, and then on to more fun after that. All right, we've got time for one more question here. And essentially, Coach, just wanted to know here, what is it? Do you have any game day or game week rituals that help you prepare for a game?
Yeah, I would say I'm pretty routine. I kind of do the same thing every single day. I can tell you what I'm doing no matter the day. But I guess the best thing for me to prepare for the game is I try to go play tennis 3 times in a week, and to get my brain off of just constantly thinking about football. Mm-hmm. So I go on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I'll go play with our either men's tennis coach or women's tennis coach, and that's been a great thing for me this season to be able to at least have a little bit of time that I can get away from sitting down in my office watching film. The rest of it is just watch tape, game plan, call alumni about NIL, and kind of that's about it. Recruit. Yeah. You never stop recruiting. Never. You know, you're always talking to prospects, and you're always bringing players in, and you're always trying to give great messaging on why this is a great place, and then always monitoring these kids. I mean, I really do. You know, everyone says you got 3 daughters. I said, yeah, and I have 110 sons, mm-hmm. and I want to see them be great. I want to see these kids be great, and to do that, you got to spend a lot of time committed to it. All right. Do you ever let Clancy Shields or Ryan Stotland win, or? Yeah. Let me tell you, I played today. Clancy must have been mad at me about something. Okay, because that was, I mean, I took it on the chin today, Brian. I took it on the chin. And you just beat 3 ranked teams. That's what he told me. You needed humble pie. Oh. He said humble pie. And it certainly came at my back's expense. But it was quite a match for him, not for me. All right. Well, Coach, a great run. Let's keep it rolling Saturday. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Head coach Jed Fish here at Union Public House. Back again next week. And by the way, we're going to be here an hour early next week. We got a basketball game at 6 a week from tonight. So 5 o'clock, Coach, 6 o'clock basketball next week. After every game, we name our defensive lineman of the game, presented by former Wildcat Lamont Hunley and Arizona Health. The defensive lineman of the game this past week was Russell Davis, better known as Deuce Davis. Be sure to tune in to the postgame show to see who will take home the honors this week. And our thanks to Lamont Hunley and Arizona Health, the leading edge in exercise equipment. Cats Buffs Saturday. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Jed Fish Radio Show, live from Union Public House on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield. Join us each game week at the corner of River and Campbell in St. Philip's Plaza in Tucson. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation of the Arizona Sports Network.
Here's an important message from University Termite and Pest Control. The weather is getting cooler here, and so rodents will be seeking alternative housing. Do you need a professional? Call University Termite and Pest Control, 886-4146. They've been serving Tucson since 1974. You can be assured University Termite and Pest Control will keep you pest-free using the most responsible products and application methods. 28 school districts, 3 hospitals, 2 colleges, 1 university, and thousands of homeowners trust University Termite and Pest Control. You can too. Call University Termite and Pest Control today at 886-4146 or go to bepestfree.com.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
No matter where the Wildcats are playing, you can be a part of the action in Tucson. Jump on the Sunlink modern streetcar and explore the 6 lively districts of Tucson's urban core. From Main Gate to the Mercado and everywhere in between, you'll find endless entertainment options, local shops, and award-winning restaurants. So take a trip to Wildcat Country and bear down in downtown Tucson. Book your stay today at visittucson.org.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. We have the Arizona Wildcats covered on game day like no one else. With the biggest pre- and post-game coverage in the Pac-12. We are Wildcats Radio 1290.
Parker & Sons is the most decorated company in Tucson with award-winning installations and service for all your AC, plumbing, and electrical needs. Call Parker at 520-2REPAIR. That's 520, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker.
We're getting closer to tip-off. Time for the pregame thoughts of head coach Tommy Lloyd. Brought to you by Hughes Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of the University of Arizona and home to the official Arizona Athletics debit card. Standing by with Coach Lloyd, here's Brian Jeffries.
Tommy, your 3 starts tonight. You've had your guys over the summer. You've had a couple exhibition games. What are some of your early impressions of your team? I say early, but yet you've been around these guys for a while now.
Well, yeah, I feel like we have had almost a full season, which has been great. I mean, the group's a joy to be around. You know, I know we're ready for this. You know, I mean, I hope it shows in our performance today. It's it's been a long off season, and I think we did a lot of work, to kind of build our program back stronger and hopefully better than it has been the past 2 years. And, that's my job as a leader and as a coach, is to continue to help us find ways to take the next steps.
Well, you got a number of guys returning. You've got some new talent as well, but I wanted to ask you about Kylan, Pella, Umar, because they're kind of that core group that was a big part of last year and what they've done to kind of bring everybody else into the fold.
Well, when we came back from last season, I was really comfortable with those 3 as a foundation to build this team. They're really good players. They're high character guys. They're about winning. They're about the right thing. So I was excited to build around them, and I felt really good. I felt like recruiting-wise was such a strong foundation that we could be a little bit selective and make sure we're adding pieces that not only are talented but have the right character, the right makeup that we're looking for.
Coaches, and you've talked about it, everybody tweaks things during the offseason. Are there any things that the fans will be able to see that might be noticeable, or is it just kind of those small things that only the team really knows about?
It'll probably depend on their basketball acumen if they'll be able to notice some differences. I'm sure there's going to be a few things were different, and we lost. Your system kind of evolves and morphs with your personnel a little bit, and I feel good about the direction we're going. And defensively, I feel good about the foundation we have in. Offensively, I feel as good as well. But, now we're going to get some game stress. And game stress, there's this thing called game slippage, and just you need a little bit of that experience to learn. So I'm excited to see how the game stress impacts our guys, and it's really the kind of the shot in the arm we need to really make a big jump this week.
What would you like to see your team do better on the defensive end here getting the season started?
I just think more consistent ball pressure and maybe a little bit more versatility, able to switch a few things, whether it's on the ball, off the ball. Be able to be great team, not only as individual defenders, but a great team, when we get in some aggressive mode and maybe put ourselves in rotations where we can fly around and kind of solve problems with effort and energy.
All right. On that same subject, a lot of steals racked up over the 2 exhibition games. Could that be one of the strengths of the defense?
Yeah, it could be. It's something that I really haven't thought about too much, but I always want guys to be aggressive and I wouldn't say take bad gambles, but I want them to be opportunistic. And I think we're a team that's built to really activate the ball and maybe be aggressive in the passing lanes and try to get our hands on as many balls as we can, because we want to. Obviously we want to play with great tempo and pace, and the best way to do that is to create turnovers. So I'm excited to see if that becomes part of our identity.
All right, I'm going to keep on the defensive subject, because last year when Morgan State came into town, I think they hit 12 threes in that game, and they may have some changes of personnel, but the same coaching staff. You kind of expect that kind of offense from them.
Well, that's the great mystery. We don't have any film on them this year, and they did. I think only 2 guys that played in the game are returning. So we'll see. Traditionally, the coach has played a style of play, that's pretty distinct. So, I would expect that there'll be some elements of that in what they do, and hopefully we're prepared for it. But at the end of the day, these early season games, it honestly probably comes down to a lot more of what we do. And do we have our convictions? Do we have our values? Our identity? Those types of things in order. So we need to go out and establish those things, and maybe focus more on that than worry about what they're going to do.
All right. Our thanks to head coach Tommy Lloyd. More coming up in a moment. This is Wildcat Basketball from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to discover your soul, your wild side, your passion, your joy, and excitement? From world-class entertainment to award-winning dining to a luxurious resort. Discover all this and more. Discover with Soul at Casino del Sol, the soul of Tucson. The official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Enterprise of the Pasquayaqui Tribe.
Hey, Wildcat fans, score $300 when you open a new MidFirst checking account. And be sure to register your new MidFirst card for a chance to win a $1,500 shopping spree. Visit midfirst.com/GameAZ for details. No purchase necessary. This offer ends on December 31st. MidFirst Bank, member FDIC.
You're listening to Arizona Basketball from Learfield.
Hello, Wildcat fans. This is Dave Lyons, Director of Southern Arizona for National Bank of Arizona. Like Arizona football, NBAZ has a strong history of tradition. In 1984, our bank was founded in Tucson with a special emphasis of building strong relationships in the communities in which we serve. That is why we are proud to support the U of A as they continue to make a positive impact in our community. Rise up with us and bear down, Arizona.
National Bank of Arizona, a division of Zions Bank Corporation. N.A. member FDIC.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
You're listening to the Countdown to Tip-Off, presented by Hughes Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of the University of Arizona and home to the official Arizona Athletics debit card. Now, here's your host, Ryan Hansen.
Need a reputable home service company? Parker & Sons won the BBB Torch Award for ethics. For all your heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical needs, bear down and call Parker. In our Pac-12 report, we'll preview one conference opponent in each of Arizona's non-conference games leading up to the home opener on December 29th, which is the Cal Bears. Cal is in the midst of the worst 6-year stretch in school history and are coming off the lowest win total in a single season with just 3 victories. They were one of the worst teams in the country offensively last year. The Bears ranked dead last in scoring offense. Only 2 teams shot it worse than Cal from the 3-point line, and only 9 teams played at a slower pace. But there is hope in Haas Pavilion as a former Stanford Cardinal was hired as the new head coach last spring, Mark Madsen. Coming off of 4 successful seasons as the head coach of Utah Valley, Mad Dog Madsen hit the transfer portal hard in an attempt to be competitive in his first year. A trio of 2-time transfers and 1 3-time transfer headline the retooled roster. It starts with Texas Tech transfers Fardaws Amack and Jalen Tyson. Amack, who played 2 years for Madsen at Utah Valley, has the potential to be a dominant big man. An injury limited his production in Lubbock last season, but the 6'11" fifth-year player can shoot it from 3 and is a skilled low-post scorer. Watch out for his double-double potential. Jalen Tyson, a one-time top 50 recruit who signed with Texas out of high school, has the potential to be a prolific 3-point shooter. 5'11" grad transfer Jalen Cone is a dynamic scorer at the guard spot. After 2 seasons at Virginia Tech, Cone lit up the scoreboard last season for 18 points per game as a lumberjack at NAU. Keontae Kennedy, who played for Xavier, UTEP, and Memphis prior to going to Cal this fall, is a strong multi-dimensional wing at 6'5". 5 returners look to turn around the program. Devin Askew, the returning leading scorer, can be a big-time scorer. He pumped in 25 points in McKale last year. Grant Newell, a promising 6'8" sophomore from Chicago, has a nice upside as a stretch 4-man. Nd Okafor led the team last year in blocks at 6'9", and Jalen Celestine and Monty Bowser, both 6'7", can bring versatility and scoring off the bench. Coach Madsen has an uphill battle, no doubt, to turn around this once proud program.
And I want to reiterate, we have lofty goals. We're not trying to just win it, we have lofty goals coming in. And so that's part of the excitement that I feel. And, you look at our personnel, I think we're the team that a lot of people don't want to play this coming year. Other coaches, they can see what we've done. They can see the personnel. They can see the players. And other teams are not going to want to play us, because we're going to play hard. We're going to play with great energy. We're going to be sound in terms of our coverages and in terms of how we attack teams. And look, as a coach, we all know it's never perfect. But we're going to go hard at this thing.
Stay tuned for more. When we come back, we'll hear from Arizona freshman Motias Krivas when we return. You're listening to Arizona Basketball from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace!
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing?"
he can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Fubo is the official streaming platform of Arizona Athletics. With Fubo, you can watch every Pac-12 game, plus more college and pro sports, shows, movies, and news on over 350 live TV channels. Stream it live on your TV, phone, and other devices. No cable required. The best part? You can try Fubo for free. There's no contract or commitment. To start watching, just go to FuboTV.com. That's FUBOTV.com.
Arizona basketball is brought to you in part by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
The Window Depot is proud to sponsor the first look at today's game and would like to invite Arizona Wildcat fans to visit one of their Tucson warehouses. The Window Depot provides over 1,000 in-stock vinyl windows, interior and exterior doors, plus granite and quartz countertops, and a huge selection of custom cabinetry, all at the lowest prices in town. Consider the Window Depot your MVP when it comes to your home improvement needs. Stores are open Monday through Saturday, or order online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Experiencing the natural wonders comes easy at Rock & Kay, nestled at the base of the Rincon Mountain foothills. Enjoy stunning mountain views up close every day. Explore natural open space, a network of connecting trails, and a community park within the Vail School District. Visit Lennar's 2 communities in Rock & Kay with home savings up to $35,000 and limited time interest rate and closing cost incentives on select move-in ready homes. Live rockandk.com. Designed by Nature, proud U of A radio broadcast sponsor.
You're listening to the Countdown to Tip-Off, presented by Hughes Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of the University of Arizona and home to the official Arizona Athletics debit card. Now, here's your host, Ryan Hansen.
Thank you to Casino del Sol for being our presenting sponsor of Arizona men's basketball. Discover the place where the fun never ends. Casino del Sol, the soul of Tucson, and the presenting sponsor for Arizona men's basketball. Incoming freshman Motiejus Krivas appears ready to make an immediate impact. The big man from Lithuania stood out in the FIBA U20 championships this summer, playing for his national team. His presence on the court was a true spectacle, particularly when he found himself in the low post. His moves on the low block exuded fluidity and purpose, a testament to his exceptional control over his large frame and impeccable footwork, which consistently crafted scoring opportunities. He demonstrated soft hands, a finesse for finishing, and a high basketball IQ that gives the Arizona coaching staff hope as Krivas is lined up to get minutes in the post behind returning veteran Umar Ballo. Krivas sat down with Brian Jeffries this past week to discuss his arrival to the States.
How's the States been treating you so far?
So far, everything good. Yes.
What's your favorite thing that you found here in Tucson so far?
I would just say all the culture around basketball. Like, everyone just likes basketball here. So I'm excited to see how it is when the real game starts.
Okay. Any favorite foods yet that you found here in Arizona?
I would say not food, but drink Dr. Pepper. It became one of the favorite things.
Okay. Did you have that before you got here?
I had like few times, but here I have it a lot of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What have you learned since you arrived here, just in terms of practice and in building your basketball game? Is there anything specific that you feel you've gotten better at?
I would just say that maybe I become better adjusting to USA basketball. Like, it's more fast. At some point, it's even more physical, so I would say adjusting.
Really? The speed of the game, what was the difference? What did you see, and what have you learned in terms of the pace?
It's way more possessions than in Europe, so I just needed to adjust to run every time.
Krivas is from Šilutė, Lithuania, which is a 2.5-hour drive northwest of Vilnius, Lithuania. That's the hometown of former Wildcat Ažulis Tabelis. At 16 years of age, he played with Tabelis on Lithuania's U19 national team. Last year, Motiejus played for Žalgiris in the 2nd division of Lithuanian basketball. Krivas doesn't conform to the modern prototype of a big man. Instead, he embraces the classical, old-school style of play that harkens back to the game's roots. At 7'2", 260 pounds, expect Krivas to provide Arizona with a go-to back-to-the-basket low-post scorer and a rim protector on the defensive end. Stay tuned for more when we come back. It's a college basketball scoreboard update as college basketball is underway here in November. You're listening to Arizona Basketball from Learfield.
Fubo is the official streaming platform of Arizona Athletics. With Fubo, you can watch every Pac-12 game, plus more college and pro sports, shows, movies, and news on over 350 live TV channels. Stream it live on your TV, phone, and other devices. No cable required. The best part? You can try Fubo for free. There's no contract or commitment. To start watching, just go to FuboTV.com. That's FUBOTV.com.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Arizona basketball is brought to you in part by Barbasol. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and great shaves start with Barbasol shaving cream. For whatever your day brings, choose Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Winner. As Arizona's leading personal injury law firm for more than 30 years, Goldberg & Osborne agrees, bear down, Arizona. With offices statewide, including 5 in Tucson and Southern Arizona, the Eagle gives you home field advantage. More than 1,800 5-star Google reviews prove Goldberg & Osborne has the playbook for any situation. So after any accident, let the attorneys voted best personal injury law firm tackle that insurance company and get you the settlement you deserve. Goldberg & Osborne, 1-800-THE-EAGLE.
As a homeowner, you've probably seen some pretty bad plumbing problems.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
We've seen them all.
All of them?
Rams Plumbing kept entire buildings flowing. Businesses since 1983.
Wow, so whatever happens to my house...
We've seen it before, and we have the solution. Locally owned and operated, Ram Plumbing is Tucson's most trusted plumber. Our team of licensed professionals can fix anything your home can dish out. When your plumbing's in trouble, call Ram on the double. Online at bestplumbertucson.com.
Time for the latest scores and highlights from around the Pac-12 and the nation. Brought to you by P3 Health Partners Arizona. P3 Arizona supports seniors in getting the care they deserve. Visit p3arizona.org to learn more. Now let's go to the Learfield Network Studios.
And welcome into the Learfield Studios. I'm Andrew Allison, getting you an out-of-town scoreboard update. Before we hop into the men's game, though, let's go ahead and hop into the women's game, where the Arizona women's basketball team start their season as well. They actually started before the men's, and they currently lead New Mexico State on the road 38-25, 7 minutes left in the third quarter in Albuquerque. Let's go ahead now and jump into the men's game, and we'll start in the Pac-12, where 2 games are currently in action. Colorado extending their lead over Towson, 65-39, 6:57 left in the second half there. Cal and St. Thomas, Minnesota just tipped off, and it is actually St. Thomas, Minnesota that has the lead, 6-3, but only 2.5 minutes gone in the game there. 2 games have already gone final in the Pac-12, and that is Oregon taking down Georgia 82-71 in the Hall of Fame series in Las Vegas. The other final, also one of the Oregon schools, Oregon State taking down Linfield College 82-46 at home in Corvallis. Games that are coming up, one running alongside ours, Utah hosting Eastern Washington to the Huntsman Center. 30 minutes after our game tips off, 21st-ranked USC will be the home team in the Hall of Fame series in Las Vegas, taking on Kansas State. 2 games tip off at 9 o'clock. Stanford will host Cal State Northridge in Palo Alto, and Washington State will welcome Idaho to the Palouse. 2 games at 9:30, Washington hosting Bellarmine, and UCLA hosting St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Moving on to top 25 action. 22nd-ranked Villanova leads American 76-47. 5 minutes left in the second there. Top-ranked Kansas hosting North Carolina Central 74-62. Jayhawks lead with 12 minutes left in the game. 7th-ranked Houston leads UL Monroe 49-19. 15 minutes left in that one. 14th-ranked Arkansas leads Alcorn State 61-35. 14 minutes left in the game there. 11 minutes left in Aggieland. 15th-ranked Texas A&M leads Texas A&M Commerce 58-35. 16th ranked Kentucky leads New Mexico State 50-35, 13 minutes left in the game there. Early second half, 18th ranked Texas all over Incarnate World 53-22. 24th ranked Alabama over Morehead State 67-54, 15 minutes left in that one. 25th ranked Illinois, the last time we checked in on them, they were in a close game, but they have pushed the lead against Eastern Illinois 58-31, 13 minutes left in that one. Future Arizona opponent, 4th ranked Michigan State trailing James Madison 27-18, under 5 time out there that is 5 minutes left there in East Lansing. Wow, maybe a shocker. 5th ranked Marquette leads Northern Illinois 46-25 at home, 2 minutes left there. Arizona's next opponent, 2nd ranked Duke, leading Dartmouth early 11-5 in that one. That'll do it for your scoreboard update on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield. When we come back, we'll go back courtside with Brian Jeffries and Ryan Hansen after this.
The sound of an ice-cold Corona is music to my ears. Oh, run that back. Dope. Now drop that beat. And hit me with the hook, player. Hey, whatever you do with your fine life, just do you, player. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Ready to reach your financial goals? Hughes Federal Credit Union can help you protect and grow your savings with high rates on tiered money market accounts that outperform the market statewide. We offer competitive rates based on your deposit amount. You can withdraw your money at any time without a penalty. Plus, you can feel safe knowing your principal balance is fully insured. Stop by a branch or visit hughesfcu.org/money market today. Hughes Federal Credit Union. We take you further. Insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply.
You're listening to Wildcat Basketball on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield.
Here's an important message from University Termite and Pest Control. The weather is getting cooler here, and so rodents will be seeking alternative housing. Do you need a professional? Call University Termite and Pest Control, 886-4146. They've been serving Tucson since 1974. You can be assured University Termite and Pest Control will keep you pest-free using the most responsible products and application methods. 28 school districts, 3 hospitals, 2 colleges, 1 university, and thousands of homeowners trust University Termite and Pest Control. You can too. Call University Termite and Pest Control today at 886-4146 or go to bepestfree.com.
Coach Tommy Lloyd here. Did you spend money on your AC this summer? My friends at Rightway will give you back up to $3,000 for those repairs.
That's right. No matter who did the repair, we'll buy it back for up to $3,000 towards the purchase of a new heating and air system.
No repair bills this year? No worries. We will give you up to $2,000 trade-in plus 0% interest up to 60 months. Manufacturer rebates plus 10-year parts and labor warranty on a new heating and air system.
Have an aging heating and air system? Out of warranty? We'll inspect it absolutely free. Call Rightway Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today.
I'm excited about the group of guys we have.
Now they throw the ball, got around the defense and laid it in.
We've got a lot of the right pieces, and now we just got to put it together.
Leave it off for Larson. Larson fast drive down the lane, laid up and good.
If you want to be competitive in these games, sometimes you got to be able to physically dominate your opponent.
Umar puts it on the floor, into the paint, pumps, goes up, rolls it in, and he's fouled. That's strength.
For us to be able to make sure, when you get to March, that you're able to be successful. Toughness has to be a key element of everything we do.
It's time for Wildcat Basketball on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield. Play-by-play action of today's game is brought to you by Casino del Sol, presenting sponsor of U of A basketball. By Fubo, the official streaming platform of the Pac-12 Conference. MidFirst Bank, official corporate partner of Arizona Athletics. Coke Zero Sugar. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Take a taste. By Hughes Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of the University of Arizona and home to the official Arizona Athletics debit card. Back courtside, here's the voice of the Wildcats, Brian Jeffries.
The lights are on, the balls are inflated, and we are ready to play basketball tonight here at McHale Center as Arizona opens its 2023-24 season against the Morgan State University Bears. Great to have you along. Great to see everybody back at McHale Center. The excitement, as usual, at a high pitch. And Rhino, you and I have been around this program for a long time, and it never gets old. It's the beginning of a new basketball season at Arizona. The expectations are high. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it would be wrong if there weren't high expectations going into a season. And so I'm not going to say it's higher or lower than any other year. It's just a fact that Arizona's number 12 in the nation going in. They've got a tough schedule coming up. And everybody from the fan at the top of the stadium here to Tommy Lloyd says, hey, we're in it to win it.
Everything is right where it needs to be, Brian, on opening night. The Cats are ranked. You said it. High expectations, and I'll add, hope springs eternal after Arizona had 2 great years under Tommy Lloyd. Year 3 should be nothing short of the same. You love the talent, but it's always about staying healthy, bringing the pieces together. The Wildcats have, I'm not calling tonight a tune-up. This is not a team that is going to come in here and just roll over against the Wildcats. Arizona's got to be ready. I was at practice over the weekend. Tommy Lloyd was preaching that. He said, trying to keep their attention. Friday will come soon enough. He said, it won't matter what happens Friday if you go out and don't play your best on Monday night against Morgan State. So for all the fans, tonight matters.
I think one of the big differences that we're going to see this year that we look back at last year, and that is more depth, and Tommy Lloyd willing to use that depth. And he readily admitted it after last season. They went back and looked at things and said, okay, what can we do better? And he said, we were tired at the end of the year. We didn't have the depth that I wanted, that I was comfortable with. And this year, one of the keys to recruiting was to find numbers 9 and 10 that can play on a regular basis. And so you're going to see that. You're going to see guys that aren't going to be on the floor for great stretches of time. They're still going to get their minutes. They're just going to get an opportunity to get a breather. And I think that's just going to make this team better, because also then when numbers 9 and 10 get to play, guess what? It makes for a happy family.
Absolutely. You love the chemistry that it brings with that. You love the potential of an injury or foul trouble or a guy just not playing well in mid-season to go to somebody on the bench that has had the experience. And it starts tonight, building that experience. And I think you touched on one of the other things. It's not that you're looking for player number 10 or 11 on the roster to hit the big shot to catapult you into the NCAA tournament's next round. It's about keeping your team fresh, keeping your team alive and ready with that energy come March. Tonight we should expect to see a pretty free-flowing roster for this Wildcat group this year. The talent, though, when you look at it, Brian, I don't think it's a huge drop-off where it might have been that for a while last year. I think Tommy's got more confidence in that bench.
And the Wildcats will be deep tonight. Only one player will not play due to injury, and that's Henry Vasar, although he's making a lot of progress. Had the cast taken off that right elbow and was running around this afternoon. He's not expected to be back anytime soon. It might be still a couple more weeks, but good progress there. And if the folks had not heard the news, Dylan Anderson, the sophomore out of Gilbert, has elected to take a redshirt season, which that was his idea, because he said, hey, look, Omar's not going to be here next year. I've got a chance to get myself bulked up and be a major contributor next season. But other than that, everybody is raring and ready to go in game 1 here at McHale Center. It's Arizona and Morgan State starting lineups. When we come back, this is Wildcat basketball from Learfield.
Waste Connections of Arizona is the premier provider of garbage pickup and dumpster rentals for residents, contractors, and businesses in Tucson and surrounding communities. You'll receive friendly and courteous service from local waste collection and recycling professionals who take pride in the communities we serve. That's because we raise our families right here alongside you in Tucson. For trash service for your home or business, call 520-881-4227 or go to wasteconnectionsofaz.com.
Winner of the BBB Torch Awards for Ethics, Parker & Sons. Voted number 1 12 years in a row by consumers in Ranking Arizona. Parker & Sons Plumbing. 5-star service and Google Home Services certified. Parker. Angie's List Super Service Award.
Parker & Sons.
Contractor of the Year Award. Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is the most decorated company in Tucson, with award-winning installations and service for all your AC, plumbing, and electrical needs. Call Parker at 520-2REPAIR. That's 520, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker.
Arizona basketball since 1904.
Stoudemire is going to penetrate. Throw it out here. Stanley for 3. Yes!
This is the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield.
driving the lane, dunking on the competition, and playing as a team. These are things we'll see this season watching our Wildcats play basketball. These happen to be the things you'll also find when you buy your next vehicle from O'Reilly Chevrolet. The only difference is at O'Reilly, nobody gets penalized for traveling. Heck, we actually encourage it. See us on Broadway next to Park Place Mall. Call 747-8000 or find new roads at O'Reilly.com, where you can experience our version of a steal. O'Reilly Chevrolet, more than a great price.
O'Reilly Chevrolet.
What do you mean, trenchless?
Means no trench.
But it's the sewer line.
And they did it without ruining my yard.
The yard we're standing in?
The very same.
I don't know if I trust that.
I trust that because I trust them.
Them?
Ram Plumbing.
Locally owned and operated Ram Plumbing, offering a comprehensive range of plumbing services from fixtures to installation to trenchless sewer replacement. Turn to Tucson's most trusted plumber. When your plumbing's in trouble, call Ram on the double. Online at bestplumbertucson.com.
Tip-off is moments away on the Arizona Sports Network from Learfield.
No look, jab it home, catch by two. Arizona basketball, fast, passing, bump.
Time to name the starting five for the Wildcats. Brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Take a taste. Now, here's your Arizona starting lineup.
Kylan Boswell, I'm 6'2", I'm a sophomore, and I'm from Champaign, Illinois.
Caleb Love, 6'4", a senior, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Kumar Balo, I'm 7 foot. I'm a senior. I'm from Kuligoro, Mali, West Africa.
Pelle Larsson, I'm 6'6". I'm a senior and I'm from Stockholm, Sweden.
Keyshawn Johnson, 6'7", fifth-year senior, Oakland, California.
Tommy Lloyd, head coach, Tucson, Arizona. That's my starting lineup. This is Arizona basketball from Learfield.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Hello, Wildcat fans. This is Dave Lyons, Director of Southern Arizona for National Bank of Arizona. Like Arizona football, NBAZ has a strong history of tradition. In 1984, our bank was founded in Tucson with a special emphasis of building strong relationships in the communities in which we serve. That is why we are proud to support the U of A as they continue to make a positive impact in our community. Rise up with us and bear down Arizona.
National Bank of Arizona, a division of Zions Bank Corporation. N.A., member FDIC. Arizona and Morgan State, these teams were here not quite a year ago. And back again, the Bears. They lost last year's game here decisively, although shot 3 ball very well. We'll talk about that coming up. And speaking of three-pointers, with every three-pointer the Wildcats hit tonight, Lexus of Tucson will donate $100 to our local charities. Lexus of Tucson, experience amazing. Take a look at the starting lineup now for the Bears of Morgan State out of Baltimore, Maryland. Cameron Hobbs, returning starter, 5'10". He's a redshirt junior out of Stockbridge, Georgia. Winston Tabbs, 6'3", redshirt senior from Suitland, Maryland. Miles Thompson, a 6'7", redshirt senior from Camden, New Jersey. Amari Simpkins, 6'4", junior from Brooklyn, New York. And Christian Oliver, a 7-foot junior out of Pasadena, California. Bears last year finished 15-16, 7-7 in the MEAC. On the road last year, they were 3-12, 2-2 on neutral floors. All right, Reno, I did want to go back to the three-point shooting because last year the Bears hit 12 of 23, and I asked Tommy Lloyd about that. Of course, you don't know what Morgan State has this year. They were not afraid to put it up last year. The key was they made 12 of them last year.
Yeah, this is a team that offensively is looking to take the shot from the three-point line. They've got very capable three-point shooters, and they've got a very good three-point shooter. Watch out for Cameron Hobbs, 45% three-point shooter last season. The rest of the perimeter players are more than capable, so wouldn't be surprised to see them play with pace, play fast. They can't get a layup. They're looking to kick out for three. Conversely, on the defensive end, Brian, They want to pressure you and take away the three-point shot. So we'll see how Arizona is able to handle that pressure, and then can they get open threes on their end.
And again, there have been some changes for Morgan State, but last year they were a good offensive team, averaged 75 points a game. They led the MEAC in assists last year. They led the MEAC in block shots last year. A team, again, took good care of the ball last year. There are a lot of new faces, but you've also got a veteran coach, and you've got a style. And it's just like any program. When you've got a coach that's been there consistently, you know what the program's going to have. You know what Arizona has. You know what Morgan State's going to bring to the floor. And so, yeah, this is a good one tonight. A great way to get the season started. And I know Tommy wished he would have had one more game before that Friday game down somewhere in North Carolina against that four-letter school, but the key was, and he talked about it, and that's the first time I've heard him really discuss the fact that those games in the Middle East and the two exhibition games, it's a lot more basketball that you normally get before the season starts. And he really feels good about how it kind of brought this team together, both in terms of their basketball and their chemistry.
When you couple that, Brian, with the experience, Caleb Love has played a lot of basketball. Keyshawn Johnson's played a lot of basketball. Umar Ballo, Pella Larson, they're in year 4 of their college experience. Kylan Boswell back. So you just look at the starting group. So in addition to the games that they had that didn't count in the schedule, the individual performances that they've logged in their careers should bode well as they have 40 minutes away from the next big one. But we talked about it. It's really these 40 minutes that matter the most. That's college basketball, one game at a time.
All right, Pella Larson did not play in the exhibition games due to that ankle sprain, but has practice and in the starting lineup tonight. And you heard that moments ago, and he helps tip the ball back to Kylan Boswell. We are underway. The Cats moving left to right here as we open things up here at McHale Center. And if you don't know some of the new faces, you're going to learn them. Love goes over to Larson. Pella, jumper, left baseline is up, off the back of the rim, no good. And the rebound brought down by the Bears, so Morgan State with the ball the other way on their opening possession. Tabbs will take it across, swing it down inside for Thompson, and his pass, attempted pass inside, slapped out. So Bears will keep the ball baseline left, 23 to shoot, opening minute here at McHale Center. As usual, all the fans on their feet until the opposing team gets one in. Mari Simpkins will inbound it, and Umar Ballo guarding the baseline. Simpkins will throw it in the lane, back out to Tabbs in the left corner. Nothing there for him. Backs the dribble out now. He'll shoot a deep three over Pella Larson. Rims out, no good. Rebound, bounced around, grabbed by Love. Here goes Caleb. Take it down quickly for the Wildcats. Almost had his shot blocked. Well, it was blocked, but he gathered it back to Boswell. Back to Love for three. Back of the air, no good. Long rebound tipped out. Saved by Boswell. He'll try a triple. That's good. There's your first Lexus of Tucson charity three for the season. So Boswell, who last year shot 39% outside the arc, worked a lot on his shot during the offseason. Hobbs with the ball. He'll go high post now. And it's knocked away from Oliver. Saved it. Back over left side, driving inside, and that's Simpkins. And we got a whistle and a foul. It's offensive. Pella Larson, who, well, they don't call him Mr. Floorburn for nothing.
Defensive pressure. That's what Tommy's looking for, and look no further than Pella Larson, probably Arizona's best defender, most versatile defender. Takes that one square in the chest. Turnover, Morgan State.
So Arizona up 3-0. Wildcats with the ball. There is some pressure in the backcourt, as he mentioned. And Cats break it. Love will take it down the other way. Drive down to the right baseline. Shut up there. Throw it out top. Pella will shoot a deep three and drains it. There's back-to-back Lexus of Tucson charity threes for number 3, Pella Larson.
A lot of threes attempted in the last exhibition game. 2 out of the first 3 go down here.
Cats 6-0 over Morgan State. And the Bears with the basketball. Out top, Thompson steps around a screen, jump it up and score. That's a 2-pointer just inside the arc straight away for Miles Thompson. Redshirt senior out of Camden, New Jersey. So it's 6-2 Arizona. Here's Love inside to Ballo. Nice spin move, goes up and lays it in. Umar Ballo looking spry down in the paint. 8-2 Arizona. Ballo gets his first bucket. Last year averaged 14 points a game. Other way, Johnson with a steal for the Wildcats. Keyshawn runs it down the other way and lost the ball out of bounds. Tommy Lloyd said, wait a minute. He got hit from behind so hard, that dislodged the ball, but they're going to give it to Morgan State.
Yeah, that would have been a great play in football to make that tackle from behind. Not so much here. Keyshot didn't go down to the ground, but he definitely was bodied up.
Well, it should have been at least pass interference. I mean, the defender didn't turn around to look at the ball. So, anyway, here's Hobbs on the run the other way for Morgan State. He'll take it down forecourt left, picked up by Boswell. Out to the top of the circle. Feed it off angle right. It goes to Simpkins. Can't get inside. And leave it top. There's a deep three by Tabs, and he drains it.
Transfer from East Carolina and Boston College. He's got high major action. Tabs can fill it.
All right. 8-5 Arizona. 17:20 to go first half. Johnson left to the lane, working his way into the paint. Turns around, goes up. No good. Foul this time. And that'll get him to the line. The foul's going to go on Miles Thompson, his first and the team's first. And so, when you're talking about Keyshot Johnson, one of the transfers out of San Diego State, played in the Final Four last year. Very, very strong at 6'7", 225. In fact, I think he's taller than 6'7", but I'm not going to tell him that. And had an excellent year at San Diego State last year. Averaged 19 a game. First free throw here is good.
Brings a different dimension to Arizona at that 4 spot. Not a power forward, different from Tabellis. Brings athleticism, a little nasty streak. He's a tough basketball player. He doesn't mind mixing it up in the block.
One more for Keyshot Johnson, and it's short out the front of the rim. Ballo bats out the rebound, and it's grabbed by Boswell. New possession. Cross court, it goes over to Love. Bounce inside, Ballo open, and slam two.
Ball reversal after the extra possession created by the offensive rebound.
11-5 favor the Wildcats. Second bucket for Umar Ballo. Morgan State with the ball the other way, and they're pushing the action. Tabs drives it down to the left wing. Picked up by Johnson. Inside, tried to underhand the shot up and in. It was knocked out by Arizona. Ball never got close to the rim. So it'll be Morgan State ball. They got 15 to shoot here, and inbound baseline right. Mari Simpkins will do the inbounding, one of the new players for the Bears this year. JC transfer. Back, got to the junior college Final Four last year. They'll inbound it, right side. Go down low. Backing his way down is Oliver. Turnaround shot high off the glass, no good. Rebound Boswell, Arizona, and it's knocked away and stolen. And a shot top of the key for three, and that's good by Hobbs.
Morgan State's pedigree. Back tap, create a steal, hit a three.
Cameron Hobbs, top returning scorer, puts in his first basket. 11-8 favor the Wildcats. Another three by Boswell. This one off the rim, no good. And the rebound stolen away by Caleb Love. Love working the right side. He'll try a three out there. That's off the back of the rim. And the rebound snagged the other way. And the Tabs lost the handle on the ball. It's picked up by Pella Larson. Quickly off to Love. Driving the lane and lays it in for Caleb Love.
Arizona's head up, looking for the basketball being pushed by Morgan State. Pella Larson finds the pill in the front court, gets it up the court.
13-8 Arizona. Hobbs across midcourt. Swing it down left to Simpkins, guarded by Larson. Simpkins left-handed dribble, hook it out, left elbow jumper is up and good, and that's for two, and that's Christian Oliver with his first bucket. 13-10, favor the Wildcats. Boswell will take it the other way, forecourt right. Leave it for a trailing Johnson, off to Larson. Pella feeds it inside Ballo, turnaround, jump hook, missed no good. Johnson almost tipped it in, but Keyshot couldn't quite get it to fall. And Morgan State with the rebound the other way. Out top, Tabs, a deep three. That one is no good. Ballo there for the Arizona rebound. Outlet Boswell, and the Wildcats will push it down to our right. Kylan will leave it to Larson. Pump fake the three. Drive inside, and he's fouled. That was just a nice pump fake. You got Simpkins in the air. Drove by him and draws the foul. The Wildcats will inbound the ball after this timeout. 15-16 to go. First half here at McHale Center. Arizona 13, Morgan State 10. This is Wildcat basketball from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to discover your soul, your wild side, your passion, your joy, and excitement. From world-class entertainment to award-winning dining to a luxurious resort. Discover all this and more. Discover with Soul at Casino del Sol, the soul of Tucson.
The official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Enterprise of the Pasquayaki Tribe.
Hey, Wild Wildcat fans, you can score a $1,500 shopping spree from MidFirst Bank. Every swipe with your registered MidFirst card is another chance to win. Start earning entries by registering your card today at midfirst.com/teamaz. No purchase necessary. This sweepstakes ends on December 31st. MidFirst Bank. Member FDIC.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do. Ever just want to start over? Take a mulligan in life? With a smooth, clean Barbasol shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Start fresh with Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Arizona basketball is brought to you in part by Hughes Federal Credit Union, proud sponsor of Arizona Athletics, home of the U of A Visa debit card.
Thank you to Parker & Sons for sponsoring tonight's men's basketball game. For all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs, bear down and call Parker. Arizona with a 13-10 lead. The Wildcats have hit 5 of 11, 2 of 5 outside the arc. Morgan State, 4 of 7. 2 of those made field goals, 3-pointers. Now, we expect Morgan State to shoot threes tonight. That's not a secret. Arizona, out of their first 11 shots, 5 of them have been 3-point attempts. That's not quite 50%. Yes or no? Good or bad?
I'm not in love with it. Okay. I think Arizona, and you would expect it. Start of the season, first game, home opener, adrenaline is running high. So no surprise the first 3 shots of the game were from beyond the arc. But they were, for the most part, all very good looks from Boswell and Caleb Love.
Will Thomas will check in for the Bears. The Wildcats will also go to the bench here. We'll see freshman KJ Lewis for the first time, 6'4" out of El Paso, Texas. And also Jaden Bradley, the transfer from Alabama, 6'3" sophomore out of Rochester, New York. They will rule that Pelle Larsson was in the act of shooting, so he will go to the line here to